check, 1, 2, mic check. Check, check, check. 1, 2. What's going on out there, boys and girls? Mic check, 1, 2. Check, check, mic check. Check, 1, 2. Almost there. Good to see you all. Just a second here, I got some technical stuff I got to do here in the background. Good morning out there. How are you all doing? Welcome. We got I had to do some work this morning. I have some stuff to do related to tomorrow's rate decision. I wanted to ensure that we didn't have any issues like we've been having recently with the stream. So I'm trying to clean everything up and make sure that everything is dedicated to you and specifically for tomorrow. So right now, I just want to give you an update that yesterday in stream, I took a trade with you, and I want you to know that we are now trading 565.89. I'm still long that trade, though I am about to get out of it soon. Now, we have triggered CTA buying at this point, so there is some on the open buying, forced buying going on. We are also approaching 5,700, a major call wall with 127 million resistance. We're getting close to that call wall now. So even if we have forced buying at the moment, we are approaching some form of resistance in the market. If you'd probably want to take some off, and there's some good points though here. Now my spreads are for Friday, covering a Monday move higher, or excuse me, a Wednesday move higher. We should get a pullback at some point here. Now, the good news is that we have made all-time highs. We broke above into the close yesterday, the minimum we wanted to get. And then, of course, we made all-time highs today. And that does imply that we are going to move higher even if we get a pullback. So now this is free money for you. I'm assuming you guys are making some big burr money this morning. Now, I would like to trade 570 or 575. I don't know if we can get there today. I think we do get there eventually, but the dates on mine are not far enough out for me to cover that eventuality. We'll talk about 2012 again today. I'm going to post that for you inside of the Discord once more. It was in a brief. Maybe I'll try to post it on FinTwit as well. That way free community members can have access to that chart that we posted in the brief. Or maybe we can make it public. I don't know. Maybe we can just make that post public, but I'll try to figure something out this morning. Let's go over a few things here. Today's thumbnail is focused on the birth of QE4. I guess you could call maybe a QE4 was I guess you could call QE4 COVID. I don't know if that was QE4. Maybe it's QE5. It depends on how you look at it. Maybe I have to change that thumbnail to QE5. Maybe I'll change that right now. Here, I'll delete that right now. Edit the post. Can I remove the, yeah, we'll make it QE5. And I guess if you called it, is QE4 maybe COVID? I don't know. I don't care. I don't know. But either way, it's still going to stoke some fire out there in FinTwit, which I kind of like to see. Let's get back into the main screen really quick and just take a peek here. I am looking for a target to the upside of 567 on a high, if we can get there. 567.19. There's another target that's like 567.73. There's like a measured move to 567, I believe 73 or something like that, 65 or something like that. Also, we have R4 is 569.28. And one other thing I want to show you this morning is the bottom right-hand side screen here. The call wall currently is at 5,700. We are getting some development to the upside of higher call walls, but we broke above local resistance. You could technically call this now local resistance and the call wall higher, but I don't want to do that quite yet because of the amount of resistance at 5,700 is quite large. Also, you've got the gamma. The local support is at 5,600. You could theoretically also say that the local support is now 56.25. Gamma flip is at 55.80. This is kind of a tough one here because we're in this like transition period. But just note that as we approach, the key point here would be that as we approach this, they're going to attempt to sell this down, get you back underneath local resistance, and at a minimum, try to sweep this local support at a minimum, okay? And these are 4-hour bars right here, so that would take you down to 55.60 or so on SPX. And it would also, there's some other mechanical issues here I'll show you right now. Give me just a second here. And give me one quick second. I'll bring this up for you guys. I have some mechanical issues. Last week, if you recall last week, we were looking at the buckets and on gamma. There's some really simple ways to look at gamma, and you don't have to complicate gamma. Sometimes I read reports on gamma, and I'm just like, I can't. Like, it's not that I can't. I like gamma, but like even like the guys that are really good with gamma we've had them on the show, right? And they're great gamma traders, but even they admit that you can put a condor in the market for a day and pin the market, regardless of your gamma. And also you can get real money buying, real money selling, trigger different larger forces in the market that can overrun gamma. But I like it. I use it as, I like to use gamma as mostly as a top side targets. And I also like to use it to know if we're in, of course, positive and negative gamma. But I do want to show you something kind of neat here. And this is, I was asked last week, hey, can we roll down here, that kind of stuff. And I wanted to pause on that. Or last week we were in a transition, and I want to explain that. Hold on a second here. I want to explain that even further this morning. So let me see if I can mute this really quick. Mute my frame. Just so you can see that the pot is growing up here, right? Now, some of this pot has been destroyed already. It was destroyed back during Labor Day weekend, or after Labor Day weekend. They destroyed a lot of the gamma and the value in these options, and we are heading into OPEX. So they can easily take these out heading into OPEX because they're worthless now, right? A lot of these calls are now they're not worth $20, $30, any of that kind of stuff, that kind of nonsense. But we are trading. We are trading right now 560.50, so right in here. And the next, there's a bar here at 56.75 and a bar here at 5,700. So we're kind of like stuck in the middle with you. And this would be there's a wall developing now at 57.55 right here. Another wall even higher than 5,700. But you know that normally if this is the top, that the wall is typically one major bar before. So it would be theoretically you'd want to see like this target and then we swoop lower. You notice too that there's no gamma development to the downside. It's here on this chart, but it's not on. It's not important at the moment. Unless we sweep. If we come up here and take this out and begin to sweep lower, you'll see the development of this downside gamma. And you could theoretically tell yourself bulls need to hold 54.95. If we make that sweep lower, we don't want to break below it and begin to reject because things would get nasty, of course. So if you're looking for a sweep lower at currently, you'd be looking for 54.95. So we go up there, tag all that stuff, come right back down, sweep the legs, and then head back up and attack all that stuff to the upside, if that makes any sense to you. Let me switch back to the trigger screen. We are trading 56.5660 as we approach. Let me go over here really quick. The main screen. As we approach this call wall above here, I will be exiting my call spreads. As we get up here, it's a gorgeous trade, by the way. We took this trade at the literal turn, so I'm pretty excited right now. Very happy with the trade. Now, give me one quick second here. I gotta look at some stuff here. Yeah, at this point, right where we are, if you want to close that trade, the good part about buying dips is you're at the bottom and the top is all FOMO. So I would rather always be buying dips than chasing, chubby chasing, that kind of stuff. A bag that's almost full. Yeah, it's much easier. I mean, there's another side of this argument too, where if you are in that low, I mean, we got in right here. Show you where we got in. Got in right there. About there? No, right here. We got in right there, I believe. We made that first rip higher, back tested, and we were off and running to the upside. That's a pretty good run. I mean, you're talking about, I think we were right about here. 0.82%. Fairly good. A 1% run is, pretty fucking good. It's close enough for entries and exits. Pretty good. We'll call that a W. What else we got for you? Let me see if I can change that. Let me change that Canva thing. I want to call it QE5. Let's change this out to QE5. Here, QE5. I want to call this QE5. Let's see. Just make sure we got this QE5. Would you guys be what is quantity? Are we in QE5? Would you call it that, or is it QE4? It may be. That's what I'm saying. I don't know exactly which one it is. You're saying that Trump was QE4 and Biden was QE5. Nah, Biden was kind of QT, wasn't he? I'd gander to say that this is QE5. I could be wrong on that, but I'll put a question mark on it. How about that? I'll do a question mark. I think that's even better. Yeah, I want to say Biden was QT. He had the ass end of QE4. QE3 was 2012. I think that's it. I can't recall I recall like rate cuts and stuff, but actual QE like devastation between 2012 and 2020. I don't recall anything that was like that aggressive. Like we had a crash between here and there, but I don't know anything that was like 2008. I could be wrong. Call it 5. Yeah, okay. Roughly 5. All right, cool. Let me see here. Let's put that back up and edit that bad boy again. Oh, I can't do it? Wait a minute. Let me just check here. Maybe I got to no, cancel. Discard. Oh, dude, what is that? Like, hold on a second here. I can't edit it. Oh, maybe I can't edit it any longer. Okay, fuck it. It's what it is. It's what it is. Maybe we can do it on the YouTube thing. Well, let me check the YouTube thing. Make sure we got people be coming in the stream yelling at me today. I was doing it on the fly, and I was focused on QE3 in 2012. We got a bunch of stuff to go over this morning, though. We have a ton of information for tomorrow that we have to go over. Can I do that? Change. All right, there we go. Open. Bam. Save. I put QE5 with a question mark. Some people will probably say QE's never ended too. I would not be in disagreement with that. There are ways that you can see, like even when we're in QT, there could be an argument that we've never exited QT. When we were in quantitative tightening, one of the gross things that we were in was the Federal Reserve was loaning money to prime banks from Fed banks to prime banks, and prime banks were loaning it to hedge funds and banks that trade the stock market. There's something called herd money, and it bounces around. This is like private equity, hedge funds, institutions. Some of it's retail, not retail. It's more like right now, of course, it's boomer money, and they're trying to outrun inflation. And there was a bunch of running around of money in 2022, and it came back into the market, of course. But that herd money is hard to track and follow. We've talked about that on this show in the past. Where's that money right now? That money is check. I got some weirdness going on with my microphone. Some of that money is currently buying out boomers. That sideline money that we talk about. There's from the brief last night. The expectation we're there right now. Give me just 1 second here. I got something I got to do. There's a lot of money right now, like sideline money. Like boomers are selling out. Like, so if you were a boomer, let's say, and you owned, I don't know, let's say you owned 10 Baskin Robbins, and you you own 10 Baskin Robbins and you've got a son and a grandson. And traditionally, historically, if you, well, maybe you're mad at your son, maybe your son's a Coke monster or something, and you're what? Your son's a Coke monster. Your grandson hasn't disappointed you yet. Hasn't been long enough or old enough yet. Or isn't old enough yet to have pissed you off, right? But your son has made you angry, and let me see. I'm gonna put it. So I'm gonna put an order in right now. Oh, it just like flew all over the place. 582. Excuse me for a minute. I'm trying to get out here. I'm trying to get out from being long. Just one quick second here. I gotta do some stuff for the Discord. Um, so you're traditionally what you would do is you would hand that money over to your next of kin or your next generation, right? The grandkids, maybe. We've done that. Society has done that. When I was young, I'm an older guy, right? If you're a younger guy, it's important for. I'm not an old man yet, but there we have old men in this. We have old men and old women in this stream and in this community. But I am becoming older, and I always go to after I got out of my early 20s. When I hit my like mid 20s, I started to feel more comfortable with who I am. As I hit 30, I became very happy as an adult. About 32 was one of my best years in life. But right around like 25, 26, I started feeling comfortable being an adult. And I had no problem. Like once I was in my mid 20s, I started going back to my dad and apologizing for my youth and my like, which is normal, or at least it was for me. I had a lot of testosterone running through me when I was young. I looked at parents and I was like, I put my head up and look at them and be like, "Fuck you! You're old. I got nothing for you. Bye bye. I'm gonna do my own thing." And I raced through life, and I didn't take a lot of advice from my parents. My dad, when I was young, I did, but my dad and I started to butt heads. My dad felt as though I would never uh, be as good as him. And he was also afraid for me when I was younger because I grew up in a city. And he didn't want me to become a robber. You're either a cop or a robber if you grew up in the city. Now, I don't mean a cop like a literal cop, but you're either a good person or a really bad person. It's one or the other. You don't really have a choice in this. And the city is like that. And he didn't want me to become a robber. And then when I became a young man, like I said, puberty, I was like, I don't need you anymore. And we grew apart from each other. But as I hit like 25, 26, I started to understand what my dad was doing. And as I grew older and older and older, I respected him more and more and more. We still to this day don't have a good relationship, but I have we contact each other, but not we're not friends today. Um, but I still do call him and contact him, and I have over the years apologized to him um, for my my youth. That's what it is, your youth, right? Um, and as I grew older, I've leaned upon older people. 25, 26, then I get in my 30s, 40s, and relied more and more on old men and old women to give me wisdom. And there are still old men alive today. And now I'm not an old man yet, but I'm getting older. And it's important to impart experiences onto younger generations, not just say, fuck you and your avocado toast. Pull up your bootstraps. It's not good enough. Just that statement on its own is not good enough. And it's fascinating, too. I was just talking to my daughters about this, how my grandfather was a part of the greatest generation. And he was never there for my dad. He worked 2 jobs, went to war, worked 2 jobs. They locked the kitchen cabinets. I kid you not. They had 13 kids. My mom came from 9. My dad came from 13. And he worked 2 jobs. They sat kids down for meals in waves. One group of kids would eat. The next group of kids would eat. As soon as kids hit their teen years, they started to clean my grandparents out for food. So my grandmother locked the cabinets, put locks on them, I kid you not. And you would sit down and eat. And then you would get up and go about the rest of your day. And my grandfather's way of disciplining him was beat him. It was no joke. My father would come home from school. He told me this story. He's like, I'd come home from school. My father would smack me and say, that's what I did not see you do today. It's for what I didn't see you do today. He would smack my dad. So my dad had a bad or no experience with a great dad to raise me. And he, of course, was trying to be a better dad to me than, of course, my grandfather was to him. But I recall my grandfather. My grandfather was alive when I was young, and he was really nice to us. He was really nice to me. He calmed down a lot. He was a racist, and he was a really bad guy, but he was also a loving man in a lot of ways and gave guidance. Now, of course, now you've got boomers that are in that same position, and they're breaking apart from the younger kids, right? We don't have those same relationships. As I grew older, our family no longer lived in the same places. When I grew up, all my uncles and aunts, cousins, family members all lived in the same region. And now we're all scattered everywhere, across the country and even across the world. So those same familiar ties are gone today. So we have some fascinating stuff going on, right? We've got children that are no longer connected to their parents, that are now older generations. You hear the pull your bootstraps up, stop eating, or put down your avocado toast, pull your boots up, or bootstraps, or whatever. You'll hear me on the show all the time ask older people to tell them the rest of the story. That, yeah, it's okay to admit to a younger person, you're probably getting screwed. And yes, it is more difficult for you as a younger person to get a leg up today. It's okay to say that and tell them to pull the bootstraps up. And further from that, to explain to kids what it took to get where you are and where you live. Boomers did a lot of work. They did a lot of infrastructure. They moved into communities that were dumps. They moved into undeveloped suburbs that were once grass fields or forests that were overtaken by farmland from hundreds or maybe 100 years ago. You can actually see stone walls in some of these new developments back in the 80s and 90s and stuff. And you can see the infrastructure has been built in a lot of these communities too, right? You see, like, nice big house, nice school systems, good water supply. They've got good electrical infrastructure in these communities. They spent their generation developing where they live, and they don't want to give that up, and they shouldn't have to. But there's that part where they don't tell you or impart that wisdom on you of how to do it, right? They just say, pull your bootstraps up, and it's like, no, that's not good enough. You got to describe to these kids what to do. The greatest generation did that for you as a boomer. They actually taught you and told you and showed you how to get what's yours. And they actually did one other part, which is passed along wealth to boomers. Boomers had wealth passed along to them from the greatest generation, believe it or not. That's a fact. Right now, of course, these new kids are like, well, I'm not talking to my dad anymore, and I don't like him anymore. The dad's like, I don't like you anymore either. And, we have different beliefs or systems or whatever it could be, right? Whatever reason that is. So that's a fact of life right now. Like it or not, don't want to change it, doesn't matter. And what is happening right now is banks are private equity banks. What they're doing is that herd money out there right now is offering these boomers a payout, right? Like, I'll take your 5 Baskin Robbins. I'll give you $5 million for them. And you go down to the villages and you play pinochle all day long. You don't need to be worrying about this stuff. And what about your son over there? He's the Coke monster in the closet. And your grandkid, that kid doesn't like you. Look, he's got pink hair. the kid's a commie pinko, right? Handmade suit, right? Talking to an older guy or an older woman with their Baskin Robbins. I'll give you $10 million right now. You just go relax. And whether that's right or wrong or whatever, doesn't matter. But it does show you something. It's something that you as a market participant can see and easily see that why is that private equity guy? Why is that handmade suit? Why is that banker trying to pull that money out of the boomer's hands to make more money? Why is there such an aggression towards that and for that boomer not to pass his wealth along to a younger generation? There's a reason for it, or a few reasons. The first reason would be that we've passed along wealth in this country over many generations, 2 to 3. And if you pass that wealth along to the next generation, they're going to get really wealthy, aren't they? We have $70 trillion, I think, in wealth from boomers, and you don't want to let that pass you by. This is like the enshittification of life, the enshittification of everything we do, and max profits at all costs at all times. And in the great financial crisis in 2008, the Senate passed a lot of laws to protect, believe it or not, citizens of the U.S. from making bad financial decisions. So what they did was they created a class of people that became wealthier. Like, the intent originally is, well, hey, we don't want these people able to just take on risk when they shouldn't be, or we want to put some guardrails on what these people are doing, right? We did. And what happened from that? They became very wealthy due to that, right? It's like an unintended consequence. We created all this wealth. And banks are smart. Private equity is smart. They're like, we don't want that wealth being passed to a younger generation, do we? We want to capture that from boomers, give them a payout, and we also want to repackage it and resell it to the younger generation. So whereas my father might give me $10 million in a money-making business that will make me wealthy, the bank is now involved. Or private equity. They now own those 5 Baskin Robbins. And if I want to own Baskin Robbins, I have to do what? Take out a loan with the banker. It doesn't get passed along to me, right? And now the banker is now involved in a much larger than ever way, ever historically, in that recycling of wealth, which is kind of fascinating to see. Another thing that is happening right now, if you notice this past week, Amazon is now requiring a return to the office. This is a fascinating development as well this week. Why? The first reason is the herd mentality of corporations, especially tech companies. If you see one tech company make a major shift in their own policies with their employees, in this case, a lot of other tech companies will follow suit and mimic these other companies that they look up to or want to be like, right? Fairly simple. I'm a CEO at one tech company, and I see Amazon's requiring return to work, return to the office, RTO, full time, right? You see that, and the questions become, why are they doing that? And it's multifold. First, you have governments, local governments, that are willing to give tax breaks to these companies to force their employees to go back to in-person work. What's the second reason, right? Or why are they doing that? They're doing that so that they can reinvigorate their downtowns, their office parks. Remember, we're wondering about commercial real estate, right? You also have the after effects of the local pizza shop or your local coffee shop, child care, your auto body shop. You've got AutoZone worrying about people fixing their cars, right? All these savings to you as a young person, right? In the prime of your work, you're going to now have to expend money. Spend money, right? To go back to work in person in an office. You have to now buy clothes. You have to buy shoes. You have to buy or better upkeep in your vehicle. Pay for parking. Buy some breakfast, some coffee, some lunch. Pay for better insurance because you're driving more than you were before, right? There's all these things you now have to absorb as costs. And what else does that do? It takes some of the demand and inflationary pressures off of what? The extra things, right? The OnlyFans girls, the bar you want to go to. You might have been paying for, I don't know, Dom Perignon. Well, you ain't buying that now. Now you're buying, I don't know any shitty wine anymore, but now you're paying for a PBR at the bar, right? No more Dom for you because now you're returning to work. So there's a lot of function going on behind the scenes as we make this transition. Some other stuff that's happening right now in the economy. It's kind of fascinating to see down the road. You have some relief on inflationary pressures if you begin to see companies like a herd mentality requiring a lot of America to go back to work in person. There's a bureaucracy of not just tech companies, but large corporations with office workers. These are your lower middle income people just above the poverty line. They make like $15 to $20 an hour, sometimes even $25 an hour. They're the internal engine that drives like large corporations, like your IBMs, your CVSs, your Amazons, right? You get the gist, right? Not just your Apples and stuff like that, but the larger portion of America, what makes your life function. And that's fascinating to see. And if it picks up, you've got all these motions going on in the background, and we're all worried. We're like, you and I as a market participant are, hey, are we going to crash? Are we going to have a lost decade? Are we going to have a bear markets for 5 years, 10 years, all that kind of stuff? And it's fascinating to see that some of this other herd stuff in the background is they're not planning for that, are they? They're not. Banks are like, oh, no. We're waiting for this next. We want to sell all this, we want to take all this wealth away from these old people. We want to repackage it and sell it to these next young people coming up. And then you've got corporations like, we're going to return the work, and we're getting paid right now by these cities and these counties to do a return to work. So they're not planning for this, are they? These governments aren't planning for this. Local governments aren't, and banks aren't. These are the behind the scenes, behind the covers, reinvesting in the future of the United States. Whether you like it or not, that's what they're doing. That's what the people in control, the banks that want to make money in 10 years or 20 years or 50 years, they are future-proofing their business right now. And governments, local governments, are doing the same thing. And this is also a part of QT, right? You were always focused on the Fed, and we're always focused on the Treasury Department, but there is some other machinations maybe in the background, would be a better word. Some machinations in the background of taxation, of local governments, trying to take more money out of your pocket, right? That COVID money, that Mary the Landscaper money. And this is like that late stage debt cycle stuff that you can see happening right now in the background of the economy. Squeezing higher now, trading 566.34. Looking for a target to the upside of 567.19 and 569.28. Two targets there to the upside for you. It seems like we are front running some of this rate cut or QE5. I'm going to read to you now an article from this morning at 12:04 a.m. The thumbnail from our stream this morning was Nick Timmeros, right, and Jerome Powell. Smell of victory. We're not short the market. We just shorted that one part, and then we took the profit right here, and we're just waiting for the next place to short. We always knew we were getting all-time highs again. We'll tell you when the top is actually in. No. Actually, no. There is a lot less passing down wealth right now than you would believe. There's a way more than there's ever been. Way more. Am I grabbing calls on a back test? Yes. So as we top here, I am going to be looking for what? I told you on Friday that I was flat, right? I did not put a putback spread on Friday, but it was a good place to put a putback spread on. Still is. Last Friday's still a good place for a putback spread. But today, I am not now out of my call spreads. I am now looking for some putback spreads, and we will go through that today, how to place that trade, how to structure that trade, and how to put some time on that trade. We'll look back on 2012 as well. It's roughly going to be about 90 days out, maybe 6 months if you really like 6 months. And we're going to have a target profit take on that around November 15th. Anywhere from October 31st to November 15th. There's a few places to look to take profit. September 30th or 31st, October 31st, November 5th, and November 15th. So you got like 4 places in the market to take that money and run. We do a pretty damn good job doing this, don't we? It's fairly easy, right? Woo, all the way up. Woo, all the way down. Woo, all the way up. Woo, all the way down. So we're going to look to transition into a putback spread, also known as a what are they called? Bear ratio spread would be another term for it. And we're going to do that together as a team today, so that you can learn how to hedge appropriately. It's not, in my experience, I do not like shorting all-time or new highs. I'm not a fan of it. And not only am I not a fan of it, but historically it's not a wise decision to make. And when you are attempting to short all-time highs or a squeeze, it's always better to wait until the market shows you that we're actually at a top. So this is a good example right now to look for a top and how to become a bear. How you can take a risk-free roll in the market trade, and even if you're wrong, you're not going to lose all your money. And also how to get more aggressively bearish over time. So you would start with a ratio bear spread, then you switch over to maybe some put spreads, and maybe some puts or some getting short or some zero-date puts, and you get progressively more and more aggressively bearish. Because I notice this stuff out there. People are picking tops a lot. They're like, I'm short. I'm like, no, you're not. You ain't no Mike Burry. No, you're not. You're getting eaten alive right now. And if you try that or talk about that shit or swing that dick on public too many times, I start to question if you're actually making money, or do you have any money? Are you going to work every week? I'm not here to go to work. I'm here to trade the stock market. So, you know, we'll talk about that this morning. Now, and then I am trying to get long on a back test. I am trying to. So there's like there's a here, we see if I show you guys this really quick. Give me one quick second. I'll bring this up right now. Give me one quick second. One quick second. I think that's it. Right about there. Right about now. I'm so happy. It's been a good year. I'm extremely happy right now with this year. Okay, so this is 2012. Now, there is something that needs to be said about this chart here. Can I do this? Can I draw on this thing? Can I draw? Yeah, sweet, I can draw. So we'll draw on this thing. Can I draw? Sweet. I can draw. Okay, so what I want to talk to you about here is, can I change the color? No color? No color change? No color change for you. Okay. What I want to talk to you about here is, this is 2012, by the way. 2012, we had an election, a midterm election. We also had QE4, QE3, the introduction of QE3, and this was also September. And the velocity kind of matches up to right now. Now, fascinatingly enough, this was the introduction of QE. Can I change this? Oh, okay. Whoa, hold on here. Wait a minute. Ah, perfect. A little bit bigger. Awesome. Sweet. Okay, can I erase this maybe? Whoop. No. All right, erase that. What does that thing do? I don't even know what I'm doing here. Cancel. No. Okay, it's perfect. Okay, so, wow, that took forever. Edit? No. Dude, this is so ridiculous. No, I don't want a designer online. I just want to edit the image. Ugh. Pain in the ass. Okay. Oh, this is such a pain in the ass. Okay, cool. So, this is actually, this over here is actually, this right here is OPEX week. Now, we had the Fed rate decision before OPEX week, and this was, we came up here, and then we had actually the Fed rate decision. We mooned. So we mooned on the Fed rate decision over here. And this time we have a little bit of a difference. We've got the Fed rate decision right about here. So if you account for the Fed rate decision, they front run it to the upside, and then they sell us down into OPEX Friday and Vixpiration, that kind of stuff. And then actually they sell us down at the end of the month as well. So you get your cocaine, QE4, all that kind of stuff for the pricing it into the rate decision on the 18th, and then you get the Vixpiration after it, right, or during it, I guess. Then we kind of like disappointment, sell down into the end of OPEX week, park this bad boy, and then we've got that end of the month doom and gloom, and then we've got the buyers that step in for the first week of October, and then we actually sell down into the election This is November 14th down here. This is the election volatility trade. But what's most important here would be that what's most important here is the idea that even in 2012, even in 2012, we had a normal OPEX period. And as dude, what are they doing? I don't want this AI crap. Why are we doing AI? I don't like AI. I don't want no AI. But you get this like normal idea behind the OPEX cycle and further the last month of OPEX. And then we continued higher into the end of the year. This looks kind of normal. This is kind of like traditionally what it looks like. And they were able to wrap up Infinity QE. They were able to get the VIX expiration in, get the VIX rampant into the end of the month. But here's my point behind. No. Here's my point behind. Hey Cap, are you going to buy a dip? Yeah, of course I'm going to buy a dip. Hey Cap, what about like a top line view of all this kind of stuff? You can pick a top on the rate decision or the run into the rate decision and get yourself a nice bear put spread that, pays you down the road, regardless of any upside FOMO, higher prices. It's an easy trade, right? It's an easy trade. It's a rate bear ratio spread that pays over here. And this is the easy button. And then you're looking for some kind of a low. There will be a low at some point, either late September, late October, for a holiday rally at the end of the year. Fairly simple. Now, within that, you also have great opportunities to put on trades on a weekly basis, right? This is when you're like selling a rip, buying a dip, selling a rip, buying a dip. What's most fascinating about this action too, from now into the first week of October, is you're going to get a lot of like FOMO. You're going to get like bull FOMO saying we're never coming back, we're going higher. You're going to get a ton of bear FOMO telling you that's the top, we're going down here, and they're going to get cut up. Bam, 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 bam. And they're going to claim their shorts, and they're going to claim their input spreads, and they're going to claim their put spreads down here, but they close them up here. All kinds of nonsense. You're going to get bulls claiming a bunch of bullshit up here, but bears claiming a bunch of bullshit up here. And meanwhile, they're going to drag all this shit out until like the first week of October. More than likely. You're going to drag all this out. You're going to be range bound, and your ass is going to get rocked. So you can do a top line trade up here, top line or bottom line trade down there. Sit back and watch everybody cry about it. Now, on an intraday basis, intra-week basis, you come in and you can do these secondary trades. If you're a badass trader, hell yeah. Yeah, that's what you do, right? You're like, I'm going to buy a call spread for, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. I'm going to buy a put spread for 2, 3, 4 days. I'm going to get long on some zero dates. I'm going to get long puts on some weekly puts. And you're going to trade all this crap until they shit it down. And the worst part of this is that when we're going down here, you're going to get all these bulls getting messed up, right? Sad bulls, right? They're going to be all sad, upset. And they're going to be looking at these bears down here, and this bear's going to be like, oh, dude, you're so wrong. Look at you. Ha ha. Right? They're going to miss all this because they're both like the bears got cut up. They're going to miss the actual dump. They're going to jump in short right here. And they're going to be laughing at you up here. Right? And we're going to be blasting down and be like, oh, yeah, look at you, sucker. And then it's going to auto reverse. And they're going to get mad. And you're going to be out because you believe these guys down here. You're not buying the dip down here. And then the market's going to crank into the end of the year. And these guys are going to get wiped out because they were late to the party. They should have been over here. They should have been patient till we get down there. And these guys up here think we're going FOMO bull, right? Maybe they bought a end of the year call. They got shaken out down here. And in reality, you're just waiting down here as a bull to get your next big old long up to the end of the year. Make sense? You see how this all happens? This happens very frequently, doesn't it? Look at that chart. That thing is disgusting. yeah, definitely want to. Definitely want to lose these changes. Hold on here for a second. So you get the point here. You got like two easy trades, right? We got the run up into rate decision. Find yourself a nice easy spot. Put on a bear ratio spread. You could have done it Friday. You could do it today. You could do it tomorrow. You could do it on Wednesday. Big old squeeze up there. If the market runs away from you to the upside, and we never look back to the downside, right? You're not going to get blown out, are you? You will either be flat or make a little bit of money with a bear ratio spread, won't you? You could even close the bear side of that trade and make a little bit more money, couldn't you? If we went out of control, we're going to 6,000 next week, Cap, right? And you're none for the worse, are you? And then if we do roll down to the downside, you're just like Johnny on the spot, aren't you? You're a bull and you're like, oh, these bears are talking about the end of the market here. The bullshit's over, right? The bull runs over. And you're just hanging out. Because we haven't dealt with the election volatility yet, have we? Just hang out down there for like late September, mid-November. You see the market blood all the way down there. You see all these bears get crazy. You see the bucket of puts and calls reverse. Then you're just like, man, I'm going to go down there and buy myself a holiday rally for late December, early January. And you're going to remind yourself of something important. You're going to remind yourself of something important. December has a lot of volatility. It goes up and down, up and down, up and down, fake out, fake out, fake out. Then it grinds the last half, second half of December, doesn't it? We back test the 1 minute trigger, the 5 minute trigger now, right? And it just like, and they destroy your calls the whole way up. So what do? Take yourself a call spread, don't you? Easy button. You go out, you do Thanksgiving with your family and your friends. You pop some bottles of champers, right? You head out to the Hamptons. You find out that P. Diddy is no longer on the street. The best Hamptons parties are over with P. Diddy, right? Puff Daddy, no more Hamptons parties for you boys. And you're bummed, so you create your own party and you hang out and you're dancing with your other Sigma Alpha bros or bras or whatever. And and then you come back on January 5th and you go, wow, about that dip. We got the holiday rally. It took until like July or January 15th this year. Okay. Is it printing? Yes, it is. Cash it in. Right? So you cashed in your put back spreads, either up slightly, flat, or bank. And you got your nice trade in on election volatility. They roll out Art Cashin in the morning, 6 a.m., and he tells you everything is safe. The volatility is now done. No, the market's not going to crash. Yes, I know I told you it was going to crash a couple weeks ago. But the market is safe. There's gridlock in the Senate. There's gridlock in the House of Reps. And that doesn't match who the president is. Situation normal again. Meanwhile, you would have already been in some call spreads, and you're like, yes, Art Cashin's going to pay me again this year. Let's get on to the next election cycle. Ooh, nice. Good job, Bork. Right on, Bork. Sweet. We just opened up a new premium set of bots for members, supporter level. So we now have every suite, right? We now have so if you're a supporter, you now gain access to OpenBB, Gamma bots, Pro, right? All the Trading Ticks premium bots and the Unusual Will bots in Discord. Dude, that's a killer. That's awesome. We talked about it last week, but I wasn't sure if that was going to happen or not. So if you're a supporter level, this is like a basic. You can get in the Discord, I think, for $18 a month. We got like a whole entire giant suite of professional bots for you to run queries That's really cool. Good job, Bork. I love you, man. Yeah, we have a gamma bot in there that gives you all kinds of gamma crap. Then we got a Trady Ticks and suite, and then a Unusual Will suite in there. Mosey on around in there, dig around. Is the BB bot not open to supporters? We should open that one up too if it isn't. I don't know if that's open to supporters, but the BB bot is for gamma. Those guys have a cool handle too. If you ever want to check out their handle, you check out OpenBB on FinTwit. They actually like side by side with the bot. They talk about on public the queries and what they mean right now in the market. So if you're ever looking for like a dashboard or something on maybe your Twitter Pro or whatever, and you can see like OpenBB will like talk about changes in the gamma environment in the market. I like following the OpenBB guys. I think that they do a great job of like pairing with the bot. Like if you do the queries, like they'll talk about this query or that query today and how it matters and stuff. I think that's really neat and cool. I talked to those guys recently. They're really nice guys. Franzia. Franzia. The swamp isn't drained. I was thinking about that. I'm not going to talk about that in public. I promised myself that I'm going to stop talking about politics unless it relates to the market until the election is over. I had a conversation this weekend with Winky and with Joe. I haven't talked to Bork yet about it, but I had a conversation with these guys, and I have to remove myself from politics right now. I'm just like, I can't do it. I've never been like right now in particular. If it's not related to the market, there's other places for that stuff. It's so like I can't do it. I've even removed myself from reading about it. Like I don't read about it anymore. I went onto Reddit and I started to on Reddit you can actually remove mentions of certain things across the board. I want nothing to do with any of it. And as a matter of fact, I'm spending less time on Twitter for the same reason. I can't consume it anymore. It's like all consuming. You can kind of feel like it's like this election in particular is like intended to consume at least my entire life. And I'm just like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'll just wait until the election is over. Just can't do it. I'm going to vote, of course, but I'm done with the consuming that soap opera. That soap opera to me is I can't partake of it. Even if I did, which I don't, but if I did, I'd probably do it elsewhere. I can't get involved anymore for my own sanity and like quality of life and all that kind of stuff. I want nothing to do with it. It's like pure poison. And it's wild. I was talking to my friends over the weekend, and this weekend I went on a trip with my children. I got away from the internet, and it was really nice. It was 3 days, zero internet, and it's like a slap in the face. It's like, whoosh. And that was the nail in the coffin for me. I got back on Sunday, and I was like, that's it. I'm done. It's like, and I'll tell you why. Those 3 days, right, were chef's kiss. I haven't felt that good. And the real impact on my life for those days were spectacular. Like the fact that politics is like consuming my happiness on something that hasn't even happened, right? It's all words. It's all like this and that and all this other stuff. Emotional heartstrings and, clouding the brain and all that kind of stuff. So let all that election stuff, unless it has to do with the market, let all that stuff pan itself out. And you can actually see it. Like, people are getting emotional, right? You guys see that? Like, people are getting really heated everywhere. I can't have anything to do with it. Yeah, I think that this Friday triggered it for me. I think this Friday was like my last straw, at least. I was like, I'm done. It's like, the craziest part is like the election's like what it is, like it's like what 7 weeks away. I'm like, I've had enough. It's good enough for me. I'll just show up and be done. Too much for me. It's overload. Yeah, it is just a movie, isn't it? It's like a video game or something. It's like so weird, bizarre. It's so bizarre. I don't know what it is. I'm done. I'm literally checking out at this point. I've seen everything I need to see. I've seen like debates. I've seen I think the only thing that I would be interested in would be maybe like a first 100 days in office for either candidate. Other than that, I got no more interest. I'm done. Um, I'm like in full, checked out, done. I've even like started to like I did this last election, but not to the extent. I have to go into like FinTwit and or Twitter. I guess I can do it too. I can start to like ban certain words and posts. This is like both parties too. I just don't want nothing to do with it. I don't want any Kool-Aid. I don't want any anger. I don't want any of it. Just like get rid of it. Don't want it in my feed. Don't need it. Don't need it in my life. Life's been feeling a lot better. Yeah, there's no need for it. It's like, I'd rather have you guys as my friends. I'll be honest with you guys. And this is the truth. This is like the last part of this. Like, I'll be honest with all of you out there, no matter what your political beliefs are, your religious beliefs, your backgrounds, where you're from, where you live. I would rather talk to you after the election, just let it all pass. I would rather not lose you as friends and all that kind of stuff. I don't want to get into heated fights with you guys over like a 6 week or 8 week period. We'll just let it all pass. It's kind of like when you're like you're in like a stressful situation. You start fighting with your wife or your best friend, and it's like not the appropriate time to be fighting. Like, you fucked this up. It's all your fault. Why don't we just get ourselves out of this right now, and we'll think about it, digest it, and we'll talk about it later. As responsible, normal people. Yeah, 100%, 100%. Okay, so what else do we have to talk about today? Oh yeah, Nick Timrose, our boy Nick Timrose, right? So circling all the way back around to Nick Timrose. He came out at midnight last night. He got this published. Can you imagine this? They published this at 12:04 a.m. last night. Our boy Nick was like walking out of the Wall Street Journal in the middle of the night last night. I doubt he was doing that. I bet he was in his little apartment up there in Midtown. He's probably I don't know if he's in Midtown or if he's in D.C., but I've seen his office before, or his house that he broadcasts from. If you haven't seen that, he's got this nice, cute little apartment or whatever. Looks like he's about on the 20th floor, and he published last night a piece at 12:04 a.m. I'm going to read it to you this morning. And then I'm going to take a break. We're going to get back, and we're going to talk about putting a hedge in the market and how to identify a top, set a trade up, and we're not going to execute it until it's the right time to execute it. And we'll have some targets, too, for you. I'll actually have some targets, some downside targets to hit. This is from Nick. The Federal Reserve is set to cut borrowing costs at its 2-day meeting that ends Wednesday. The goal: preserve a solid job market now that price pressures have cooled. The decision over whether to cut the Fed's benchmark interest rate, currently at a 2-decade high, between 5.25 and 5.5%, by either a larger half percentage point or by a traditional quarter point, will come down to how Chair Jerome Powell leads his colleagues through a finely balanced set of considerations. I'm going to stop there. I haven't read this yet. I read on FinTwit this morning commentary that retail sales came in great, so we should only get 25 BPS. I want you to be aware that there is more data than just retail sales. Not only that, there is a Treasury Department runoff that historically can become quite violent in the last legs of it, that can push us into a recession. So if you were to look at all of the data that the bond market and the stock market relies upon, not just inflation, not just unemployment, there are other points of data related to the bond market, Treasury Department, and the stock market, but not just retail sales. The composition of GDP, GDP growth. There's a lot of other parts to our economy that have turned to stability, but can overshoot stability if the Fed does not rein the velocity of those data points in. The simple way to think about this would be, and I've said this before, and I'm going to rehash it one more time. If we have a normal economic cycle, and we go up, and we rein it in, we go down, we rein it in, right? We continue on our path. COVID was very abnormal. COVID was way up here, and we're right about here right now. The same thing would go for other data points where the norm would be down, let's say, right? And COVID went whoop, way down. We're right about here. We would have like a normal down, something like that, right? Normal down, COVID. So there'd be COVID right here, COVID right here. Now, we have not overshot the normal path over like a year, or excuse me, like a 10-year, 20-year chart. We have trend, right? Normal trend. We have these normal economic conditions where we enter down periods or up periods, right? We have like a high inflation, let's say, right? We have disinflation. We have acceptable inflation, right? Matter of fact, this shouldn't even be at that angle. It should be a little bit flatter. But you get the gist, right? Now, we haven't overshot trend yet, have we? In general, if you take all of the data as a whole, we have not overshot trend. If we continue to stay tight, we know that the Fed and the Treasury Department are elephants. When they change policy, it takes time for those policy changes to have an impact. And we also know that the velocity. So let's just, as an example, we had inflation, velocity in inflation, right? It means it's going straight up and down. It's not like slowly rising. It went straight up. It's now coming straight down. So you need to rein that in. You don't want to overshoot it, right? Go right back through. And this creates not just a weakness in the economy, but can trigger a recession or a depression. So you have to like an immediately shock to rein in that not happening. That's why there's an argument out there to do a quick, 50 BPS, 75 BPS, 100 BPS, to just shock the market or shock the economy into stopping the velocity of data points that are coming in and coming into line. And truth be told, the Fed deserves a lot of credit, and the Treasury Department does as well. And oftentimes when we get into these last legs of the back to trend, the Fed over tightens and we overshoot, sends us into a recession, and sometimes into a depression. Not a long time, but we also get legs down, right? We also get fraud, and we expose fraud. And 2000, we have overpriced stocks. Let's say in 2000, we got fraud in 2007, 8. Now they're going to make that attempt, whether you like it or not. That's their mandate, and that's what they're going to do. Now they may overshoot it, and this policy change might not work, but it's going to take months to find out. 3 months, 6 months. This is why good news is good news and bad news is bad news if they make this policy change. No, I'm sorry, but you don't get your recession depression trade until the Fed applies these tools. You're not allowed to just say, sorry, you lost Fed and Treasury departments, because the data doesn't say that yet. So over the next month to 3 months, possibly even 6 months, you are going to be waiting for the effects of this policy change to either slow the velocity of data and turn it into some kind of normalcy into the economic and business cycles that we have now brought in line with each other. The normal business cycle, the COVID business cycle. Jerome Powell already stated we just brought them together. Now we're trying to stabilize, trend back into normalcy. They don't really care if we go up and down like this. They just don't want to, or they had this, and now they don't want to see this, right? They don't want to see this craziness up here and this craziness down here, do they? Trying to stabilize the economy and the business cycles. They're not trying to stop a recession down the road. They know that's a normal part of short and long-term debt cycles. They're saying that we could get out of control. They need to rein this stuff in. And I got to congratulate the Fed and the Treasury Department for reining it in up here when inflation was booming. And I got to congratulate them for taking the steps to make an attempt to stop us from overshooting to the downside. I have to say that. Congratulations. And we don't know yet the impact of this policy change. So if you're a doomer out there, you got to just sit back and wait. If they rein in these data points, I would be open, and I think the Fed and the Treasury would be open for a little bit more QT. Maybe we raise rates a little bit, or maybe we don't cut anymore and just wait and see down the road. But they have to rein this stuff in. And if we get a little bit hot, they can then apply some more pressure down the road. I'm actually shocked at this point that we are here and have not yet quite overshot. Now, there can be a huge argument made here. Hey, Cap, we're coming to the end of the housing cycle. They're not going to be able to stop that. I'm with you on that. But they can sometimes limit the damage or the effect of some of these events and these normal cycles and the damage that could take place. And it seems appropriate right now because that is probably the biggest thing on our plate. Housing cycle is due for a roll down to the downside. If they get ahead of it right now, you're talking about fighting a lost decade and maybe making it a bear market for a year to 3 years or a market crash here and there and kind of like dulling some of that stuff that's on the horizon. And they've done a good job of that. They did it with COVID, shockingly. Hats off to them. And if they put us back into this normalcy of economy and normalcy of business cycles, it's okay to have a crash or even a bear market. It's okay for the housing market to roll over and down without it becoming something, a national emergency, like a recession or a depression or a world war. Because we know that with that is what happens if we overshoot. We have an example, the Depression in the 1930s, World War II. We don't want to go there. You might want to, but the rest of us don't. So I expect them to start this now. They are the elephant. It is going to take 3 to 6 months to see if there's any impact. That doesn't, it just blunts the normal business cycle down the road. So if you're like, hey, I think we're going to still have a bear market in 25, 26, 27, whatever your target is, they're just trying to blunt that normalcy down the road. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a top right there. Oh, yeah. Bears are getting saucy right now. They love seeing this right here. Economic data over the past, this is Nick again speaking, economic data over the past several months show inflation has resumed a steady decline to the Fed's 2% goal. But the labor market has cooled, with the unemployment rate edging up to 4.2% in August and 3.7% at the end of last year. Now, we don't want velocity in unemployment. We don't mind if unemployment goes up and down and floats sideways. We don't want any velocity, do we? We also know that when we're in a high rates environment, manufacturers stop manufacturing, right? We discussed that in the past as well. We want to trigger employment. We want to trigger companies to rehire. Companies also haven't fired anybody either. Companies have just retained their employees. No new development, no new manufacturing, trying to sell all their goods that they have in their inventories until the coast is clear and the rate environment improves, right? So we've got the the unemployment rate edging up to 4.2% in August from 3.7% at the end of last year. Monthly payroll growth has slowed to 116,000 on average for the first 3 months through August, down from 212,000 in December 2023. Quote, the key issue for them at this meeting is their sense of the balance of risks. End quote. William English, a former senior advisor. If you are more worried now about growth and employment than inflation, then you might well want to take out a little bit of insurance with a larger cut of a half point or 50 basis points. The argument for a smaller cut of a quarter point or 25 basis points rests on different considerations, including that the economy is fundamentally fine or that cutting too fast could stoke risk-taking that sustains higher inflation. Quote, if they're not convinced that inflation is really as good as the recent data has suggested, they may still be worried that the battle against inflation will be more protracted and uncomfortable, said English, a professor of Yale School of Management. English said a few weeks ago he thought a smaller cut would be appropriate, but the recent downtrend in labor market data has him more nervous, particularly because even after 2 or 3 cuts, interest rates will still be at a relatively high level. Fed officials have tended to raise or lower rates in increments of a quarter point to study the effects of those moves, but they move faster when they think their rate stance isn't well aligned with the balance of risks. Officials hiked in 50 and 75 basis point increments to fight high inflation in 2022, right? We had an abnormal, outside of the normal ups and downs of inflation, we had the normal trend. We've got inflation that goes high, goes low, goes high, goes low, and then COVID in particular was like what? Whoop, way up there. And we're now racing down, and the question becomes, how many cuts do you need to just arrest it? Right? You do 25 BPS, might blast right through, right? Like nobody's business, right? That becomes the question, right? You've got the velocity of data coming back in line right now. It's still under velocity. You're trying to rein that in. With inflation still above the Fed's target, and given that the economy is in generally good shape, you can start with 25 and say we can either keep this up for a while, or if it looks like things are weaker, we can go harder, said Esther George, who was president of the Kansas City Fed from 2011 to 2023. Fed officials were non-committal about the size of the cut on the eve of the central bank's pre-meeting quiet period that began on September 7th. I was a big advocate of front-loading rate hikes when inflation accelerated in 2022, and I will be an advocate of front-loading rate cuts if that is appropriate, Christopher Waller said on September 6th, after the release of the most recent payroll report. This is where the argument comes in that we had an abnormal velocity of change in data to the upside, and we also now have an abnormal velocity of change in data coming back in line. During a question and answer session that followed, he sounded relatively unperturbed by the recent slower pace of job growth. Even if monthly job growth declines to 100,000, that's fine, he said. That's nothing to be afraid of. Speaking the same day, New York Fed President John Williams said recent data points to a pretty common trend. What we're seeing is a consistent signal of cooling. We want the economy to be in balance and stay in balance. You know, a lot of the Fed tomorrow is likely going to also rely upon the Treasury Department and runoffs and a simplified explanation of the end of QT in the bond market in particular. That could help. QE3 centered around that as well. If you go back, you should go on Wikipedia if you have the chance and check out QE3 and that Fed meeting back in 2012. Regret management. Fed officials often refer to their job as risk management. For example, making sure that they weigh the risks of hotter inflation against the risks of accelerating unemployment. They often set rates to manage against whichever risks seem more costly. For most of the past 2.5 years, as inflation soared above 7%, risk management favored a more aggressive approach to prevent inflation from becoming entrenched. If officials think about which they are less likely to regret at this week's meeting, the case for starting their rate cutting cycle with a half-point move makes sense. We can live with inflation. And what have I always told you? What have I always told you out there? We cannot live with velocity of unemployment. If there was ever any data point out there that is most dangerous to our economy, it is the acceleration of unemployment. I've told you time and again in the most simplistic form that in your real life, we are not in a recession until you see your neighbors getting divorces, right? Not one friend, but all of them. They lose the dog, the kids. They begin to lose the house. Grass is unkept, right? Your neighborhood gets a little bit quieter. People begin to get laid off en masse. People begin to get downsized in their position and their money-making power. Whenever you see unemployment on scale, it's easy to see. If you're younger and you don't know what I'm talking about, all the old people here do. And you can see it. In your life, you can see it. It'll become glaring. I don't care about you having to work 2 or 3 jobs. I don't care about you having to work a gig. If you come to me and you're my friend and you're breaking your ass working, you're working too much, as me as a market participant, that's a sound economy to me. It really is. You're making money. You're paying your bills. The machine is pumping. The moment that you can't pay your bills any longer, you can't even make any money. You can't tighten the belts. You can't switch from Pepsi to Faygo. We got a problem. The pumps aren't pumping anymore. I mean, I do care about you working 3 jobs. I do care about you working 70 hours a week with my Main Street hat on. But as a market participant, I don't. I do care if you can't work, or can't find work, or can't take work for less money. That's a problem. And if you see that in your own life, we got a problem in the economy, don't we? We've had examples of that in the past. Everybody remembers 2008, 2007. Everybody remembers 2000 and 2001. It was easy peasy to see. It's just like those movies you've watched, right? You've watched all those Hollywood films where you've got empty developments, right? You've got the wrong people owning a bunch of properties. It's easy to see. Quote, if I were in my old seat, I'd say I could live with 25, but I'd prefer 50, said Kaplan, now vice chair at Goldman Sachs. And I'm in agreement with this. I got to let you know that I would like to see 50, at least 50, just to rein it in. I would like to see a big talking to from the Fed and the Treasury Department explaining why. Nothing is broken. We're trying to arrest the velocity of data. And that the Fed is more than willing to come back and actually raise rates. Again, data dependent. They have no, like, we're not done here. We're just going to arrest the rate of change in data. And we're going to come back and look at the data in a few months, over the course of the next 3 to 6 months. And we're even willing to raise rates again if we can stabilize the rate of some of this data in the background. And you also want the Treasury Department to come out and say, we're going to slow the rate of QT as well, so we don't have that last little slam down into recession with that data as well. If I'm going to quote this again, if I were in my old seat, I'd say I could live with 25, but I prefer 50, said Kaplan, now vice chair at Goldman Sachs. Given where inflation and employment sit, the Fed's benchmark rate should be about 1 percentage point lower than it is, he said. If I started with a clean sheet of paper, I'd say rates should be at 4.5-ish. 4.5-ish. Not 25, not 50. 75 or 1, right? Is what he's saying. Because inflation hasn't been fully defeated, the Fed should avoid a situation where the economy weakens more and forces a faster or deeper series of cuts that risks reigniting inflation, Kaplan said. Fed officials aren't likely to regret a larger rate cut this week if the economy chugs along between now and their next meeting in early November, because rates will still be at a relatively high level, he said. But if the Fed makes a smaller move and the labor market deteriorates more rapidly, officials will feel greater regret. And that's true. If you start with 25 BPS into this rate decision, and it does not arrest the rate of data that's coming in across the board, we could not stop that recession. There needs to be, like, for lack of a better way to describe it, there needs to be some, if you pretend you have like a child that's on a big wheel and they're racing down the street and they're out of control. My daughter would ski and I would ski backwards in front of her. I would. That's how I taught my daughter. I would literally ski backwards in front of her as she came down the hill. And if she got too fast, I would slow myself down like a reverse pizza wedge and I would scoop her up before she could do damage, right? And sometimes it was kind of aggressive, right? If she's going a little too fast, what did I have to do? I had to go in and like a deep catch out in center field, right? Just like swoop her and let my arm swing back and pull her back to a stop, right? Just slow her down a little bit. She can go down the hill some more. I just got to slow her down from getting more out of control, accelerating, and then crashing and hurting herself. The Fed is one meeting. If the quote, the Fed is one meeting too late, it's manageable. But if they had a do-over, I would have liked to have had a cut in July, Kaplan said. I'd rather rectify that now and get on the front foot than spend the entire fall behind the curve chasing the economy down. I'm with Kaplan on this, and I'm open to more rate hikes in the future. But slow it down. Slow these data points down for a minute. What's next? The Fed's choice will be augmented by quarterly economic projections that show where officials expect rates to end this year. While those forecasts aren't the product of a committee deliberation, they're often as important to financial markets because policymakers' rate outlook can influence a suite of borrowing costs for mortgages, car loans, and business debt. The September projections are particularly informative because there are only 2 more scheduled meetings this year, in November and December, providing unusually specific views on decisions at those meetings. I would also refer you at this point from this reading this article to you Let's look back again at 2012, where they announced QE3. The market did not go to the moon. The market did not go down to the depths of hell. And the market followed more of a traditional OPEX and last month of a quarterly OPEX cycle, right? If you look back, you can see it, right? The market accommodated the upside move in QE3, came back down to reality, traded normally. And then as we got into November, shockingly enough, we've got the election. Making sense now, right? You got the election on the 5th. You have the 15th as an example. And back in 2012, you have the Fed that will be reviewing the data and any potentially more cuts or even rate increases in that November time period, right? Which I'm assuming there was a rate meeting in 2012, right in and around the 15th of that month. If more officials project a total of 1 percentage point of cuts this year, that would imply at least one more move of 50 basis points this year. Withholding that larger cut until later this year could raise awkward questions over why that is the best approach. Another option is to cut by 25 basis points now and project cuts of a similar magnitude at the last two meetings of the year, reserving the option to accelerate the pace if the economy worsens. Because the decision this week is a close call, Powell could face at least one dissent on the decision from the 12 policymakers, 5 Reserve Bank presidents, and 7 Washington-based governors who vote on policy. No Fed official has voted against a policy decision in 2 years, matching one of the longest such streaks in the past half century. Moreover, no Fed governor has dissented on a rate decision since 2005. That this week's decision is a close call could reflect honesty or honest uncertainty over the right choice, English said. It's not like you have half the committee at 50 and half at 25, and they're shouting at each other. You have a bunch of people who are genuinely uncertain that what the right thing to do here is, he said. In the end, Powell can probably build a reasonable consensus around either. That's the article from Nick Timrose. I would say to you that you're likely going to get tomorrow a mix of a minimum of 25 BPS, a high probability of 50, and also a big stern talking to that we have not broken anything, explaining that they're trying to arrest the velocity of a lot of data that's coming in right now into a normal cycle, and that they're going to continue to be data dependent heading into November, December, and early next year, and that they're open to raising rates or cutting even more or even less if this arrests the rate of data from overshooting up or down, depending upon the point that you're looking at out there in your own life. I think you're also going to see the Treasury Department come out and massage the markets the next week or two. I think you're also going to get that speaking to or talking to more face forward and simplified from the felon, Yellen the felon, in the coming weeks. I do not think at any point that you're going to get hawkish Jerome Powell at all in the coming months, and I do not think that you're going to get all of that. We've broken stuff. We're not there yet. Now, we should be looking for that to not happen as well, right? Or to happen, to arrest all of these data points. In the next 3 months, good. If they make a policy change, you are going to be looking for good news to be good news and bad news to be bad news. And cumulatively, as we enter into December and more so into March, if we are not able to arrest, or if the Fed and the Treasury Department are not able to arrest, and the governments to some extent, the presidential election is done, right? We're going to get a 100-day plan from them. We're going to get a hammered in economic policy from whomever becomes president. Right now, they're all stumping and lying and bullshitting, right? You got one presidential candidate offering this, the other presidential candidate trying to match it. Neither of them you can hammer down as to what their policies are. You'll have the election over. You'll have whoever the president is laying out what they're going to be doing. You're also likely going to get some bond vigilantes. They're going to visit the White House and say, you have to do these things because of our debt to GDP ratio, right? And so we'll get a clearer picture as we head into the end of the year, and you're going to start to see a trend form. You'll get 1, 2, 3 months of data, right? 1 month does not make a trend, but at 3 months can start to make a trend. And then you get the next 3 months of data, and you will begin to see clearly if the market is going to overshoot or not. So it's going to take some time. Then we're not done here would be, the way to look at this would be, we're not done here. If you look at COVID in particular, when Jerome came out and said we print it digitally, we are likely at the 70 or 80% mark of that event. We're not at the 100% yet. They completed their top, like if you look at just inflation, they did their job, and now they're trying to rein in the other end. If they can, good. If they can't, we're going to get another leg, aren't we? But we're not there yet. So I would, if you're a market participant in any way, shape, or form, I would be sitting back and watching the economy over the next 3 to 6 months to make a decision as to, how bad things are, or how good things are. Have they reined it in? Are we overshooting or not? To just condemn the market here, or even to say we're going to moon and enter the bubble is inappropriate for where we are in our economic and business cycle. Purple tire, no. Yeah, I think you're going to get a large shift here. What could potentially be perceived as, whether it is or isn't, a moment very similar to, not quite we printed digitally moments on 60 Minutes, but more than likely an attempt by the Fed and Treasury Department to soften, or not if it's soften, but say, hey, we are aware of this, and we're doing this to rein in the velocity of some of the data that's coming out right now. And we're willing to live with some other data points, maybe spiking, i.e. inflation and stuff like that. What am I looking at here? Okay. What else I got for you here? Give me a quick break. I'm going to go potty. I'm going to lift some weights, and then I'm going to grab my coffee's kind of cold. I might need to warm it up. Pound some water. Trying to get ready right now. I will tell you guys something. Signed up for a turkey trot. Like 10K or something. So I've been running and stuff. I'm like working out more intensify. I don't want to have a fucking heart attack run 10K. So I've been like running in the morning and stuff. I am not a spring chicken anymore. Do I think rate cuts are priced in as we speak? I think that if you want my honest opinion behind a closed door, like you want my personal opinion, not what I'm going to tell you to expect, I think you get 50 BPS tomorrow. I think you get a lot of talk over the next 3 weeks from the Fed and the Treasury Department. I think that we get an upside move tomorrow from it. I think it's an easy thing to sell into the weekend. No, I don't think you're getting like a new market. I think we're gonna do our OPEX thing. I think we're gonna do our expiration thing. I think we're gonna get the buyers coming into the markets first week of October. I think you're gonna also get the election volatility trade to the downside, and after this Fed meeting, it's also going to wrap into it the November Fed meeting. That's what I think. I think there's a trap for bears and bulls. I think it's an early trap for bulls and bears, washes them both out, and then you're going to get a downside move. Ultimately, the move is higher, or we don't know yet. But I think in November you're going to know if we're reining in this data or not. I think when we hit November, like you get September data, October data, and then the beginning of November, you're going to get a bunch of data into a Fed meeting. And we're going to get a clearer picture, not clear, but clearer, about a month and a half through 3 months of data that's required. And we're not going to get the effects of this stuff immediately either, are we? So you get that downside moving in November. We start to see data become better. And then the Fed maybe cuts once more. And on the hopes and dreams of that, we're going to run up into the end of the year. Now, do I think we stop the doom that's coming in 25? No, I don't. And I've read enough books with Fed presidents that have said they don't actually stop this stuff, but they can bend it. They can slow it down. They can slow the destructive path that's ahead for us, or out of control upside too. And we've seen them do that, right? Rein this stuff in, at least have an impact. They don't actually create business cycles and end business cycles, but they can have an impact on it. In my view, they don't. There's a natural business cycle out there. And there's actually some mutated business cycles out there, but I respect what they're trying to do. I'm actually shocked right now that they're trying to do this, and they should try to do this too because we have stuff ahead of us that we don't see talked about. Tim Rose today, and no one else out there is really discussing what's facing us in 25 and 26. And you and I both know that they already know this is coming. So they have to get ahead of it right now. They really do. They have to get ahead of what is coming, expected to come an end of a business cycle in 25, 26, 27. And they got to thwart it now. If they don't, we are fucked. I'll be honest with you. If they don't thwart this now, you will see a lost decade. It is guaranteed. It's 100% guaranteed. Not even 90%. It's 100% guaranteed. You're going to see an end of a long-term debt cycle, and it will be a mess. So, if they're trying to avoid that, they're right in that window right now to make those changes, to blunt that stuff. This isn't today. This is like 3 years down the road kind of stuff. You have a major bottom in inflation coming, natural bottom to inflation, like natural. Nothing they can do about it next summer. So I would be getting ahead of it right now, so that when that time does come, there's some thwarting of this kind of stuff. That we're looking ahead towards. Okay, that's all I got for you guys. I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to talk about hedging the market. If you think that was the top right there, this is not a bad place right here. Right? It's gorgeous. Rolling down a little bit on the call wall. Although we can go higher, I'll talk to you about it here in a minute. We also have a gap to close down below. We've got this gap down here. Note that's at 56.32. And I'll be back with you guys in just a minute. And I'm going to put the news squawker on for you right now, too. I'll put the news squawk from England and also Financial Juice on. Just right there, just so you can see it right there. Oh, yeah, baby. What's going on there, Green Vegas? What's going on, bro? What are you doing in there? Green Vegas, what are you doing? I'm just trying to punch up, right? Punch up, punch up, punch up, punch up, punch up, punch up. Just like that, right? So when I go over there and grab one of these, I'll be right back. I know. No, the camera's way over there. It's like way, 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 way up there.
Wall Street Journal reports JP Morgan is in talks with Apple to take over credit card. JP Morgan in talks with Apple to take over credit card from Goldman, again according to the Wall Street Journal.
All right. I don't think I'm gonna. I only did a few minutes. Okay, so a couple things we're gonna take a peek at here. Let's come right back to you really quick. Who you can tell who reads the briefs and who doesn't. You can tell in the chat right now. Okay, trigger full screen. Okay, here we go. A couple things we're gonna take a look at. So this is from your market brief last night. Some of you guys get the market brief, some of you do not. That's fine. We're gonna start on a. I think I posted this last night on Twitter. So I'd really like to see us get all-time highs. Whoop. Get all-time highs. Get a pullback. Whoop. Get that daily trigger up. Whoop. Bam. Ram it up their ass. I think that's what I posted, right? Okay, so some important points here. Number one, on a 4-hour basis, it's a little bit sloppy. That could be less sloppy. This doesn't always. I don't know if it's sloppiness. It might just be. Like how the shit renders. There's another stack right here. This is amazing. Look at that. There's another one right there. There's another one right there. Got a big giant gap down here. Another little sexy gap, right? We got the spinning top bear candle. Right? Indecision. Bear doom right here. We haven't given up this candle yet, though. We haven't given this up. This is also your half an hour trigger. We also haven't given up the hourly trigger yet, have we? We could easily close this gap and go right back higher, believe it or not. So that hourly trigger is key, isn't it? You want to break below that hourly trigger, be in the head lower. There's something else we can look at here. Let's look at the daily basis. And that daily candle is right at that same mark, 564.05. And we have this gap down below here. 562.84. Some fun stuff to look at here. Look at these guys pounding it down on a daily basis right now. Yesterday's low would be 559, 559.89. And you notice how that line goes right below it? Whoop, whoop. Right? See it right there? See that line? So we got, this is yesterday's low in the candle. Right? So let's say we roll down, right? If we get below yesterday's candle, that implies we're going to make another leg lower, right? So we're looking for this to happen or not happen, right? It's important. Make sense? We could snap a line down there if you want. Right there. Kind of where that is right there, right? Do we go lower? On a smaller frame, like a 1 or 5 minute, do we break below that, begin to reject and get a new low? That would imply we have more down to go, right? If we don't, if we smash down here and then we make a new high here, we know that there's no more down to go and that gets X'd out, right? Whoop. Let's look at that's a daily basis. Look at the 4 hour. Let's get the 1 hour. A whole lot of buyers in here, huh? We've also triggered CTAs to be buyers, so they're trying to tell you, fuck you, no. We've got no roll right now. We haven't traded below the half-an-hour trigger. We haven't traded below the hourly trigger yet. Let's look at a 30-minute basis for velocity and see what that can tell us. Series of new lows on an hourly basis. That's bearish. Although it can head higher for a minute. It can still head higher before heading lower, but it is, maybe not that high. They could get a little bit of a snort of cocaine as we go down here. What else can we see? Half-hour velo is kind of weak. We probably expect this half-hour candle to break. And it is breaking right now. Look at that nice roll going down. All right, blooding you in here. Now, what's important about this? What's important is, do we catch the new low? Not just do we blood down there. So we're bleeding down, right? We want to see if we can catch the new low after. It's going to be an important one because then we'll go down here, right? You want to see, do we get below the hourly trigger and get the new low? If that's the case, we'll begin to staircase to the downside. Make sense? You guys getting the market brief every night or no? Draw that shit out like crayons, don't I? Fairly simple. Not bad, right? Not a bad market brief, huh? All the way up there. Expectation all the way down there. And then we come back, right? Kind of getting there right now. No confirmation just yet, but don't take that blood as doom. You need the confirmation to follow. I know you guys are always like, triple top, double top. I already know. Nice progression, though, for sellers and bears. That looks great. I like it. I like it a lot. We've got a giant gap down here that needs filled. We'll snap a little line on that gap. Right there. See if we can clean up that gap down below at a minimum. Go back to a main screen. Someone in chat thought that I just drew that in just now. I thought that was kind of funny. He just put that in there. I'm like, no, dudes, that's from last night. Brosifs, always before, never after. You just don't get the brief. You come here for free. Right down there. Get that over there. If you're in the Discord, you already know that I closed call spreads earlier. I closed them at the top. If you want to check my post history, you can always just go to the search bar. I click everyone, and then I tell you what I'm doing. Their main market chat. Yep, quadruple top. If you are looking for the roll down with me, if you are looking for that roll down, we got the new low. You're going to be looking for a rejection now. Sorry. You're going to be looking for a rejection now. Let me see here. Buy from buyers, weakness from buyers. Get in there. This doesn't really matter as much. You can even go even farther down, but I want to see that rejection in the new low. Hourly trigger looks like shit as well, so I don't think that holds either in any way, shape, or form. And you guys already know where I expect us to trade to. There can be a question mark in here when we eventually get down here. You want to be watching to see if we get the new low and then continue down. And this will be important right in here, somewhere in here. you'll be Johnny on the spot for the next leg right about there. To the downside. We're not there yet. We're only like right here at this point. Have you guys already entered your bear ratio spreads? I'm a little bit late. I'm gonna try to enter some here if I can get a chance. Like up here, I'm gonna enter like right about there, and we'll do a bear ratio spread together as a group. I just did some sprints in the back here. Watch this closely right here. We're already setting this down, man. Woo! Give me a chance to jump in on a spread for November. Give me just one chance. I'm gonna be being stuck here waiting for tomorrow on a high to do it. They don't at least bring us back up here. I don't like these hit and runs so fast. Moving too fast for me. Gap has now been closed on SPX. Let me get some others on there for you guys. Hold on. Woo! Here's Q's. Gorgeous. Expecting this to get bought. This is Q's. I want to see this one get bought back up again. And then more blood to the downside. Down over here. Still on trend on Q's. Gap is closed on SPX. Holy shit. I did not expect IWM to get that high. I expected 219, 220. They went all the way to 222. We do know, though, that IWM will outperform the rest of the market. We've talked about that on the show. I should be writing that in for IWM. They're going to outperform in every way. They're going to outperform Qs. DIA could do some outperforming as well here and there. There might be a quick intraday trade here for you if you're a bull. The gap is now closed. I want to see if I can jump on a bear ratio spread up here. What else do we got here? That's Q's IWM. DIA. Goddamn, DIA outperformed slightly too, right? No, I think we had 420 today. I don't know where the rest of the charting is for DIA, why it's not showing up here from the brief last night, but next one's going to be VIX 9-day. If you are, did VIX 9-day bottom? Oh, hell yeah. VIX 9-day, not quite in the buy zone. It got close, but not quite. It didn't hit 1426. It's still a nice buy down there if you're trying to get buy volatility for tomorrow. Let's go down to the VIX really quick. If you don't care about market direction, whether we're going higher or lower, you just care about vol. Our buy zone is a little bit lower, like down here. but it's breaking above the daily trigger. So regardless of outcome tomorrow, if you wanted to buy some volatility, this is a nice buy point for vol. You want to see it? Like if you want to buy VIX or whatever, see it right there. Nice little turn coming up. We got close. Not quite, but kind of close. So if you're a vol bull, I like it here. I like volatility here. Let's go back to the main screen. We're also going to go to DXY, the DIX. DIX on a 30-minute basis. Nice little stick save down below here. I'm actually surprised we haven't gone any lower yet. Maybe they're saving this for the rate decision tomorrow to try to trade this $99.60. We still have the daily trigger coming down right now on Dixie. Let's check velocity on it. Boy, look at that. Like this is Dixie wants to rage. Bullish. We'll monitor this closely. You get like that upside move there, the downside move, and then cranking. Let's see if this is how it plays out right here. Some corkscrewing, some bam bam, range expansion on the DIX. I'd really like to long the DIX at like 99.676. How about $99.50? Maybe after we get out of the rate decision tomorrow. They murder the DIX, and then what else we got here? How about tits and ass TNX? Yeah, I got TNX going down to 3.5, 3.56, somewhere in there. Same kind of a setup. There is a note for you here. On the 10-year. There is a cross coming down on the daily and monthly trigger. I would easily expect TNX to crank before coming back down and going higher. So watch out for something like this as that cross takes place. Something more like that. TNX will be TNX will rates will be or yields, excuse me, will be focused on this this daily and monthly trigger down here. So keep your eyes on that as well. What do we got here? IWM, DWI, DIA. I'm gonna start calling DIA DWI. We've got VIX 9-day Dixie. Oh, we're going to do next TLT. Take a peek at TLT. Woo! Love it. Been talking about TLT for a period of time. I still haven't had my trigger yet. It keeps grinding higher and higher and higher and higher. I'm looking for a pullback to $98. I don't know if I'll get it. There is a cross right now going on. Is there a cross? Holy shit. There is a cross going on. Like where we have the daily trigger crossing the monthly trigger right now. We might actually get that $103.24 before we have any significant pullback. Daily trigger is now crossing my two alerts that I have down here. And the monthly trigger right here. No pullback. It could be like moonshot and then come back down. So still no buy-in for me on the next dip buy on TLT. Still waiting for that. INTC. INTC. I'll be honest with you. I don't really want to talk about INTC only because it's such a dog. This is our charting for INTC. We have it targeting. I was looking for $16.60, possibly even $7. My alerts are not set yet for INTC. You want to see it really quick? 30-minute, 1 hour basis. I've got INTC blasting down. A little bit of a price extension down there, but I guess we're there right now. They did it early. What was the low on it? 1844. I'm still not convinced. You could be convinced here. Starter position, maybe. I don't know. Depending on what you're trying to buy here, you could make an argument that it's worth doing a buy there, and a buy there for a long-term hold. I can't say that INTC is not worth buying here. Well, like it hit the nat 20 down here, right? You got the nat 20 target. I can't say that it's done going down. But let's say, I don't know, let's say you had, I don't know how much money you have, but you buy 100 pack here, you buy 100 pack down here, 100 pack down here. If it begins to do some kind of an escape velocity, like consolidate, start heading higher, you're just buying dips the whole way. Any lows, make that escape. I think we charted this for you before, didn't we? My fear is that it'll trade $7. When I watched the, wait a minute, go back to that really quick. When I watched the, I've told you guys, we've had these conversations, right? There's like 2 or 3 important points here, okay? Maybe 4. When I say these things, they're not invalid. They're valid for years. And they're valid for the rest of your time in the market. And we're going to revisit those from previous streams right at this moment with INTC. Now, I said this before INTC went down. I said this before SMCI or whatever it's called went down, and the rest of the AI stocks. I warned you that we are at the 60% or greater mark of the bull run. I warned you that as we get to the late stage bull runs, that you want to collapse down into the best of class stocks and eventually the indexes so that you're safer and you don't get trapped. And now there are people out there that argue, well, you know, Cap, I can make lots of money on the way down on squeezing and all this other nonsense. But why? Just hit the easy button. It's fucking simple. And not only that, when you trade these downside moves, eventually you get trapped in there. Happens all the time with stocks. Then you're roped in, then you're stuck for 2-3 years, and they might not ever come back. So, like, you get into a little bit safer stock, let's say like NVDA, and then you go just to Qs. And then here's the other part, too, is that you get into that, like, late-stage bull cycle. If the market does roll down, you go from Qs to what? S&P 500. So a wider spread across the market. If the market does crash, you know it's coming back one day, right? And then if we start a new bull cycle with spec growth, you then look towards those companies to buy a real deep bottom, and you get a fresh start. There may be new companies. And then also, if you watch the last guidance from NVDA, and then if you paid attention to the TMT conference last week, they reinforced what NVDA was saying, which was, we have no pair. We have no pair. We have no pair in AMD. We have no pair in INTC. We have no pair in any other foreign country. No other foreign unlisted company on any stock exchange around the world. We have no close pair. No Elon Musk. Nobody else. No Apple. No Google. The real danger from their perspective was twofold. You could hear it in the guidance. They were clear about it. Matter of fact, they were covering their own asses to be referred back to years from now. They were saying, Lisa kept repeating, we're going to share this with friendly countries. Kept saying it over and over and over. Why? Because there's risk of banning AI or limiting the knowledge of AI to you, the public, outright, limiting your access to it. And we don't know what other countries, how much access we want to give to other countries, even friendly countries. The scarier part is they're like, we don't even need hardware to compute anymore. We'll just do the AI will do the computing inside of your hardware. Like, that's some wild ass shit, right? You're talking about complete change. Things you can't wrap your head around right now as a human as to where we're headed. Now, that might not ever see the light of day, but that would give me pause, even with INTC. I think we do see that $7 one day. I would love to buy it down there, but truth be told, we're still at the end of a bull cycle. Whether that's January 1st, March 1st, this summer of 25, or even if the Fed extends this market into 26, 27, still, like, we'll be there. That this bull run will end. You collapse down at the end of bull cycles into safety. And then when we're done with a market crash or a bear market, we start looking for the reemergence of what the hot new flavor is, right? Can you imagine being stuck in INTC? When you're like stuck in INTC, it gets repriced. It doesn't join the next bull run. And you're over there licking your ice cream, wondering why you don't get to join the party. You know, it's like the motions of bull cycles, bear cycles, that kind of stuff. So for me, I guess you can start to add down here if you're a believer in INTC. I don't care what the news is. I'll be honest with you. I believe in accumulation distribution. I believe that market makers buy it at the bottom, sell it at the top. I believe that prices are fake. I believe that news, you tell me the news, I'll tell you what the price is. All that kind of stuff. So unless there's fraud or they're not in a growth cycle, or they're not the shiny new ring on a finger, that kind of stuff, outside of that stuff. Now, I could be wrong, and INTC will trade $400 by the end of the year. That's fine. I'd still rather be in safety. If I do that over and over and over 20, 30 years, I know I'm going to be better off than taking the risk that it's not. You can actually see this play out on a smaller time frame in ERs for tech companies. I used to like to trade AMD and Apple, Tesla, and I would trade the whole entire earnings cycle. And by the end of it, heading into the actual ER, if we were going up or down, whether I was selling it or buying it, I would get trapped. Eventually, locked in, and then I was fucked. On the up or down side, didn't matter. So, for me, INTC, no. As a matter of fact, as we get closer to November, I would be limiting my exposure to the market in general. I owned a lot of SPY shares, more than I'm willing to publicly disclose. I'm out of those. I won't buy SPY shares unless I have to for the rest of the year. For the rest of the year, I'll get some exposure to the upside with some size and spreads for end of the year, but I won't own the underlying of the market. And I will likely be fully divested once we get into January and March. Trading down now, trading 562.75. There's your next target right there. So you can see it. SPY now closing the gap down below right now. Should I try to buy this? Let's watch this closely. INTC, I don't think I would. I'm collapsing down out of risk. I've got some shit stocks that I've lost on this year that I'm going to tax harvest. My exposure is going lower and lower and lower. Let me turn this on for you. It's bouncing around. Q's is right here. Here's Q's. You want to see it? There's Q's right there. You just bought it? Let's look at the 4-hour basis. There's your forced block right there. I think we have a little bit more stretching we can do. We can go 562.03. I'm going to try to buy this right here. I'm going to hope that we can get down here and then buy that right there. You can still get out of it. If you're long already on this pump, get out and then wait for the leg down and then get back in. A little more pain. There's the pivot point right here. That's what I'm targeting right here. If you've got the pivot points, you can look at it at home. SPX Gamma still squeezing lower. Also note that we're coming into a Gamma node on SPX. $56.25. Waterboy asking, do they just pin us flat here into FOMC? I think we go down into FOMC. I think we go down. If you look at the brief from last night, I think we go down into FOMC, and then we squeeze higher. Remember, so you look at 2012, right? They accommodate the squeeze on FOMC, and then we stay in the OPEX path into the end of OPEX, and then into the beginning of October, and then the down move into November. I want you to here. I'll post something to you guys. Hold on a second here. I think I've been over in the stream a few times. Give me one quick second here. I feel like some people chase tails. This is no offense to you guys either. I feel like you guys either aren't watching stuff, or you are, or you're not, or I'm not. Maybe it's my explanation is not the best. Hold on here. It could be me too. Like sometimes my communication level is not the best. So this here was. That was FOMC. So this would be one. And post that in there for you. This is in your market briefs, by the way. I got you guys. Hold on. Post that for you in the Discord. So you open that up, right? You'll see we got the green bar up on FOMC. We do the trail down. We got the new high. We got the new all-time high on Friday, I believe, and then we trail down into the decision or OPEX. Oh, thank God I didn't buy that. Woo! Did you guys get out or no? Thank God I didn't buy that. Shit. There's some guy in a hedge fund going, God damn it, he didn't buy the dip.
In 10 minutes time now.
I wanted to burn his ass.
You see the release of the US selling.
And I never got to put on my fucking hedge.
The private cover was 2.54.
I'm like, now I gotta wait until after FOMC to do it, or
20-year bond
after the rate decision to do it.
Normal with Fed policy announcements slated for tomorrow.
I'm out here doing fucking biking and stuff.
After a second straight session of outperformance on the curve.
So if you just look at that, right? If you look at that chart right there, that was in our prior brief. You should see the effect of the FOMC after. And we got the new high today. We didn't get it on Friday. We didn't get it on Monday. We got it on Tuesday. Right? So of course, when we get the new high, I think I posted this simply on FinTwit yesterday. You get the new high, you roll it down, you get the pullback, and then you get the FOMC green bar. And they rein that in for Vixpiration and OPEX at the end of the week. I know some of you guys get this, and some of you guys don't. See if check this right here. And there's something else to be paying very close attention to. See this right here? You're going to be wanting to pay. So here's price right here. Do they blast this shit down? So this little bit right here is really, this will be, do we get the next leg or not? So whatever this is right here, you want to break below this and then fail to recover to get the next leg to the downside. So pay very close attention. God, they're so vicious. They're like a cat, man. Whoop. They're like a fucking cat. Cat trying to claw your eyes out. They're like, we're going to get it done in 15 minutes, Cap. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Give me 5 fucking minutes. You guys are fucking savages. You know what sucks though is I can't put my hedge on here. Even if we reject, well, let me go to the trigger chart. I can't put my November hedge on right where we are. It's a bad place. I need to be up here. So now I got to wait until what? Like, I feel good about this one right here. On here. I feel good about being in the hedge up here somewhere. So now I got to wait until we get up here for the November 15th hedge over there. So I got to wait now until we're up higher, which is fine. I didn't take it on Friday. I didn't take it here. I was riding a bike. I kid you not, I was just riding an exercise bike. So I'm not doing this bullshit. So I'll just do this one up here. I'll just wait until FOMC. Don't get too crazy here as a bear. They have like one more leg, and then you want to see if they can cut. You want to get back in short, like right here, on a like intraday, intra-week basis. It's a fucking gorgeous chart, isn't it? It's fucking sexy as fuck. Also, pay very close attention if you're a seller. Pay very close attention if you break this. If you're a seller, you want to get underneath 559.92 and then make a new low for continuation to the downside. If you don't get that leg, you're not going to get the next leg down. So just be conscious of that. You want that. You want to see that. You want to see that break, and you want to see the break of 559.92 and then a new low underneath it to instigate the next leg down. Hopefully you got out as a bull up here. You didn't stay long. Did you guys get out in the Discord or no? The bulls that were buying that dip down there? I'm hoping that you did. They're trying to buy it right now.
Top of the hour, the US is due to sell $13 billion in 20-year bonds.
They're trying to buy the fuck out of this right now. Buyers stepping in right now in a meaningful way so that we don't make the next leg lower. Just a heads up to you out there on a 4-hour basis, 1-hour basis, half an hour basis. Buyers are now stepping in.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of
I'm not interested in it.
For a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
I want to see us get lower into tomorrow. I wish I was in that fucking putback spread because I'd have a nice little buffer here. I wouldn't care what the report was tomorrow. I wouldn't care about any squeeze in. I'd just be like, nice little buffer. God damn it. Now I have to hope for a good report tomorrow from Jerome so that I can top ticket for fucking November. I'd be feeling really good right now. I'd be like, whoo, leave that on. Don't care what they do tomorrow. Don't even care. That's okay though. I think we get another chance tomorrow. So if you're a bear that missed a hedge, or if you're a bull or a bear, I don't know, buyer or seller that missed it, we'll get one more. Hopefully, get one more chance tomorrow. It'll be like 2:30, 2:45. These fucking bulls will run this shit up, and we'll get one more like top tick, fucking sexy. We'll cash that shit in November 15th. We'll be rich again. We're already rich, but we'll get richer. Is it really going off on sells right now? That's insane. You might get one more leg down. You might get like one more push down. You're going to get some consolidation, push down, consolidation. They're going to try to get they're trying to tag this one. I'll draw this in for you. Bears, I'll write it in just like this. Bears need this low and new low for next leg. Make that right there. So terrible. I'm really bad. I'm not nice. Come on, Bears. I'm so grateful that I'm out of call spreads too. Woo! Thank you for the free money. Woo! Wealth preservation at all costs. So we'll just leave that. Where's that? Bring that back over there. Leave that one down there for you.
So we are shortly expecting the results of the US 20-year bond sale.
Any chance that we break below 540 end of month? So
a couple of minutes after this.
Let's talk about that right now. It's a good point. I meant to put on a hedge above when I took a break. I was talking forever. I took a break. That's a good question because that's a part of that hedge, right? Let's discuss that right now. Let's discuss that right now. Four targets into there's two things I want you to consider. Two important things, okay? The first one would be if we get 25 BPS, you'll likely see a nice upside green move, but the market will be reined in. If you see 50 BPS, you should see a decent market reaction to the upside. Maybe we trade 570, 575, but the market would still be reined in.
0.19% ahead of the auction. So again, 0.19% pre-sale when issued yield for the 20-year ahead of the auction.
If you see 75 BPS or 1 BPS, you're going to see a massive squeeze. Massive squeeze. And relentless upside move. But here's the thing for November. If we get 25 BPS or 50 BPS, I'm going to give you the targets for November right now. If you see 0 BPS, you're going to see a market shock to the downside. I am warning you guys. The stuff that I tell you is not my opinion. I promise you that if they don't do some cutting or some nonsense with the Treasury Department, right, this market will get scared. This is not FinTwit. This is not Bloomberg newspaper. I'm warning you. If you don't get cut, right, or we're changing path or policy, all that shit, this market will get real scared of that we're over tightening. And they are not going to want to listen to anything the Fed has to say for 3 to 6 months. It's a warning to you. So if you have an upside target, right? Or if you're if you've got the trade for OPEX, right? End of year, you can get, extensions to the upside. You want exposure to that, right?
2.51, 2.51, high yield 4.039%, 4.
Right, exposure to extensions on all of these moves, right?
In 20-year bonds,
depending upon what the Fed does, right? Data, Fed, all that kind of shit. So,
high. Primary dealers take 18.62%.
So
16.2.
I'll give you some
Extended
targets.
Indirect 65.0.
My thesis here would be that you get 50 BPS and that it's not going to impact the track of the market until we get into November. We get new data, right? In the Fed meeting and all that kind of stuff. So unless this is valid. This is valid unless we get like 100 BPS or 75 BPS, something absurd. Other than that, we should go down there and at least get this, okay? So into November 15th. Good question. Who asked that question? Yeah, Tazo knows what's up. Tazo's a smart guy. He knows exactly what's going on. So you'd be expecting. Oh, yeah. Oh, let me rub it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Rub it. So if you were looking at let's talk about a bear ratio spread. So if you're looking at November 15th as the last opportunity to cash that in, you are looking for zeros and fives, right? So if we have this, let's say we get 50 BPS. Just like assume this. You know, you got the downside move into the rate decision, right? You get the rate decision up here. Maybe they moon us to, I don't know, 567, 565. Worst case scenario, 575. You're like stepping in tomorrow, right? They give you the Vixpiration. They give you the fucking OPEX. They give you the end of month doom, right? 28th, whatever that is down here, right? September 31st down here. I don't know. Then you get like the October doom, right? You get the first week of buying in October. Then you get like the October 31st, right? And then we're coming down here, and what are they telling you? They're telling you what? They're going to tell you, like, as we get into like October 31st, November 5th, the market's going to crash, right? This is, by the way, this is your November 15th. Market's going to crash. November rate decisions coming. We're not getting upturns and downturns in the data yet, right? And they're going to doom your ass until, let's just say they do it down here, and then ricochet higher, right? If the data will come out good, the rate Fed is going to say another 50 BPS. Data's middle of the month, November data's looking sexy. You do your holiday rally over here. Now, do we care if we crash? No. Do we care if the bear bull market's over? No. Do we care if we go down to here? No. Just looking for something easy. Right? You're looking for zeros, right? 30s, 20s, 10s, and zeros, right? Couple nice range of targets. 5,000 to 530. 5,300, 55,000. You'll take that money and run on the 31st of September. You'll take that money and run on the 31st of October, the 5th of November, or the 15th of November, right? So you have like 4 opportunities to take that money and run. So some targets out there would be, 5,000. Nope, sorry. Would I be betting on 5,000? Maybe not. Why go so deep? We can do that with put spreads and puts. We can do that with short. We can clean up the downside with that stuff. Maybe rein it in a little bit. Hold on here. What the fuck is going on here? There we go. See it right here? Can we get down to like 460, 480? Sure. Can we get down there? Yes. Are we going to bet on that? No. We're going to bet on like something like this, right? Try to capture that. anything is extra down here. These are where the FOMOs are. FOMO gang. We don't care about that. We don't care about FOMO gang. They always get trapped. They get trapped there. They're getting short here. Like, then they get squeezed out there. We're actually looking to be buyers down here in a meaningful way. So, like, as we're up here, we're looking to, like, put some hedging on. Hedge, somewhere in there. Somewhere in here. Looks like some people already snapped it. They were like, fuck you, we're doing it right now. I understand it. I think that's a good hedge right there. That hedge doesn't care about any of this upside move. Put enough time on it, they're going to get paid. More than likely. What we'll do, because I missed it, was we'll wait for this. And we'll try to jump in here to hedge it. If I were going to do a putback spread, matter of fact, what I'll do is I'll construct one right now for you. And when I execute it, I'll construct one and post it in the Discord so that you can look at it on your own time. And whenever I open it, I'll let you know in the Discord. I'll do it at everybody. You can check. I'll pin it too. And I'm gonna try to hit it like right about there. Right about there. And try to hit it right in there. So that's fine. I'll take it higher. What would I be looking at right now? Just baseline. 570 or 575, and then 550 and 550 and maybe 540, 530, somewhere down there. It'll be a gravy trade. It's easy. It's like almost guaranteed to print. If it doesn't print, what happens? You guys know? If this doesn't print, if I execute that trade, right, and we just keep going higher, what do I do? Into November, what do I do into to November 15th? Matter of fact, the date on that trade is going to be, we're at what? It's 9/17. It'll be 90 days out. So January 15th will be the date, roughly there. And you will also close that trade in and around November 15th. But if we go higher instead, I'll make money. I'll actually make money if I'm wrong. It's nice to be wrong and make money, right? How's that feel as a bear? You get paid bank. If it goes against you, you make money. Not bad, right? Easier living being a bear. Hold on a second here. Sorry, I thought I had my child was here. I think she's at the dentist today. I gotta check on her. So roughly that. Don't quote me to that because I'm going to have to look at the pricing and stuff and the payout on it and wherever price is when I execute the trade. Sometimes I'll adjust them as we move closer and closer to executing, depending upon the structure of the options market and the pricing of the options market and if it's crowded or not. So bear with me on that. We've been nailing these fucking trades, haven't we? I think the last 4 trades have all been bangers. Like the 4 big trades have been serious money. I am cleaning up end of year right now. I'm cleaning up. This is gonna be one of my best years I've ever had. I post these trades in the Discord and I pin every single one of them. There should be no reason why you're not like our Discord. I don't know if you know this. You may not know this. If you're just a supporter, right? We have a pro trader room, our pro trader part of our Discord. They're all making 6 figures and 7 figures right now in the year. So I don't know what else to say to you on that. Everybody's in 6 and 7 figure returns on the year right now. Like most people are. Most long-term traders in there are making some serious money. Winky Face. The other day, I just spoke to Winky a moment ago when I was off stream. The other day, I went on a rant about you guys not following Winky Face. He posted a trade for MBLY for you. At everybody in the Discord. It just made bank. Stupid bank. You should be following John L. Any of the mentors, moderators, and admins. John L. You should be following David AMS, E-Trading Shorts. You should be following John H. here in the. You guys have mentors in the chat on Twitch and YouTube too. You guys have Jimmy. You guys got John H. You've got a whole bunch of people in Twitch and YouTube, and then you also have mentors and moderators in the Discord. Admins that are telling you their trades before they start them and when they close them. Every time, not sometimes. Every time. Everything is real time. All of those premium bots, I bought the best one that they sell. The most expensive tools that they offer is what I buy. Top line. Now, if you're looking at GEX or Gamma, the intraday Gamma and GEX is very sketchy. I am not a fan personally of intraday GEX and Gamma from anyone. I mean, I'll follow it, but I feel as though it's the data is too convoluted for me to rely upon. My preference on Gamma is to rely upon it at 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning. Right around 8:30, 9:30 is, to me, the clearest data you will ever see throughout the course of the day. Now, there are proprietary Gamma people out there that'll tell you that's wrong, but from my experience, I do this work in the background myself, and I don't ever get clear enough data that I would trust it, personally. That's just me, though. If you go into our Discord and you track our moderators and our admins, they post their trades open to close,
The Fed reverse repo,
including myself. That's really cool. If you look at this right here, right? If you look at what VolWiz just posted on FinTwit, that matches the 2012 path as well. It's a very common path for OPEXs. Note, though, in that path, there can be price stretching on those highs and lows. So good job, Vol. If VolWiz is gangster, too. Like, he's posting a very similar path that is common in OPEX cycles and last month of quarterly OPEX paths. I love it. It's good to see that post right now. It's a very good post. We approve that post. I shouldn't, though. VolWiz is way smarter than me. The motherfucker's a real professional. That's a very good post that he made. He's gangster. Very, very gangster post.
55 counterparties take 256 spots.
Yeah, he's a fucking gangster.
$1 billion at the Fed.
He's straight. So I don't know if he's gonna do this, but I've been in negotiations with him for a long time now, and we just talked again this week about it. We're trying to get VolWiz to. We don't have anyone doing the volatility in our group, and I've been begging him to do a volatility thing permanently, or like week in, week out, month in, without, as a collaborator with us in our Discord. So you'd have like a whole robust volatility trade going on inside the Discord, because we don't do that trade in depth right now. And I don't trust, I'll be honest with you, I don't like the vol guys. He's pretty much the only volatility trader that I trust out there, like literally. all the I have a real problem with the sell volatility as an asset class crowd. If you know who they are, well, I have a real problem with those guys. Those guys are, in my view, they're selling you bullshit, and I'm gonna get shit for this. Someone's gonna say something. Volatility Wiz is probably the best volatility trader that I know, hands down. This guy is a professional. He went to one of the top financial schools in the country. He's a Wall Street veteran. This guy, he's a legit professional. He's one of the best vol traders I've ever met. You guys have seen him on this show. This guy you listen to this guy talking, you're just like, what the fuck did he just say? Like, I don't even understand what he's talking about right now. And he's honest. And that's probably the thing that I love most about Volatility Wiz is that it's really easy to mystify volatility and lie about volatility, and it reminds volatility reminds me a lot of the yield curve. The yield curve is good for useful idiots. Let me be honest. It's like a useful idiot tool. It's meant to spread doom, and it has no real basis in what actually takes place in the marketplace, and it hasn't for a long time. And it's still used by people to push narratives that are utter fucking shit. Sorry, I'll say it. Fuck you. I'll say it. It's bullshit. And volatility is oftentimes used to push narratives that are not real. And Volatility was one of the only guys I know that does not do that. He trades it for what it is, and he's fucking amazing. The guy's a fucking gangster. I'm sorry. That's the truth. So tear down the emperor's clothes off on most vol pushers and support Volatility Wiz if you can out there. If you don't know who he is, find him on FinTwit. Guy's a gangster. Guy's a straight fucking baller. Trust that guy all day long. All day long. Right or wrong. That guy gives you every side to volatility, and he tells you where all the pitfalls are. Guy's a gangster. Straight up gangster. I look up to that guy. Yeah, he's the guy's a gangster. We've had him on the show a few times, right? Guy's fucking baller. He's really smart. And he's legit. Like, he's not like telling you something and not being that guy. The guy's legit. He's hyper smart. It's like stupid smart. Talk about option chains too. This guy's insane. Dude. Guy is insane. Yeah, at Volatility Wiz. Hopefully he'll collaborate with us. I'd really like to see him. Like, I offered him to come in as a mentor. We have a mentor program launching, and I'd really like to, if you guys are interested more in volatility, he wants to do some education and stuff, like simplify for you a firm understanding of volatility, how the interplay with volatility in our markets. Guy's a straight gangster. Straight up. To give you an edge over other traders, kind of stuff. Yeah, he's awesome. He's absolutely awesome. He's we're not allowed to hang out, him and I. We're allowed to hang out every once in a while. Our wives don't like us hanging out together. I keep saying I'm going to head down and see him in the cave. We're going to play around a golf, and I think I get the chance to go though. I think I'm like right there. I'm actually in a place where I can actually go see him. I can't wait to meet him. I'm gonna head out there and see him soon, sooner than he knows. I've got some I'm wrapping up a bunch of family stuff, and I got some freedom coming my way, like adult only, no kids, no wife. I'm gonna get to go see Joe. I got some really cool stuff coming my way. I got like tying loose ends with the kids, tying loose ends with school year, tying loose ends with holidays and stuff right now. Tying up loose ends for like Thanksgiving, Christmas. I got a ski trip coming up, but that's all tied up, and we got some nice trips coming up for the fam, and I got the chance to get away, like in a meaningful way. Yeah, he's got gems in there. He's got a newsletter. I don't know if I've told you this. I subscribe to his newsletter. I don't have any affiliation with him. I want you to know that too. Like right now, I've got zero affiliation with him. I subscribe to his newsletter. I read his newsletter every time it comes out from top to bottom. I talk to you guys about his newsletter in the brief sometimes, right? I'm like, Vol Wiz nailed this fucking thing. If you have the chance, he doesn't advertise it. Nobody knows about it. He doesn't tell anybody, but he does. So Vol Wiz is a professional. He's got a client base of people that so he's an actual pro. He manages money for people, and he's licensed, and he does some great stuff, man. Like the guy's amazing. Puts out a fucking newsletter that's fucking gangster. Like legit newsletter. It is as good as they come. No subselling. These guys in the Discord aren't subs. We don't have subsellers. Like we're not subsellers. Like we're education. Like, this isn't about like selling a narrative or getting new followers or having 500,000 followers. If I was doing that, I'd just buy them on YouTube, buy them on FinTwit. Be done with it. No furu shit around here. We got like everyone that we're wrapped up with is like actual market participants or pros or we're not here for that shit. I'd rather trade with like 10 of you than all of you. I'll be honest with you. I could trade with like 10 of you and be done. It's really cool what we do. Makes my day. It really does. This is awesome what we do. Like having that moment right now. I'm like, this is fucking awesome. It's like straight fucking awesome. It can't even imagine doing that shit. Can't even imagine being like, I don't know, some of the shit those people put out. I'm like, the fuck you doing? Like, it's for the likes, bro. Okay, I get it. I get it. I do. I get it. It's for engagement, man. Need to get those numbers up this month. Yeah, it's very different, right, Goliath? Completely fucking different, isn't it? It's like so different. Next up in the next half of today, we're going to sell some Ginsu knives and a real estate course to you. So bad. So terrible. Turn that one yellow now. So bad. Is Jimmy Berry not here today? Why is Jimmy not here? Is he fucking? I bet you Jimmy's fucking. I bet you know what Jimmy's doing? Jimmy's that fucking. I bet Jimmy today is like naked on an island. He's got like a loincloth on. He's built a bonfire. He's like probably sacrificed a animals spreading blood on his cheeks, and he's like, I can't wait to come back tomorrow and say you got 0 cuts. I'm going to shit on everybody tomorrow. Jimmy Barry's on fucking, on shit on our chat tomorrow day. That'll be dope. If we got 0 cuts tomorrow, Jimmy's going to rain shit on all of us. We're totally fucked. He's probably like preparing bags of shit and dousing them in diesel fuel right now. He's got like the torch ready on the side. That would be awesome. I'll be honest. If we got 0 cuts tomorrow, it'd be fucking dope. That would make my day. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah. Oh, if we get no cuts, definitely we're going down 3% on no cuts tomorrow. That's a given. As a matter of fact, let's look at it. Hold on here. Let's see what we do. Let's actually look at that. Let's take a quick peek here. Oh, fuck yeah. If there were no cuts, I would think we go down 10%. Maybe not tomorrow, but we're going down 10%. 100 fucking percent. We're going down 10%. Maybe not tomorrow, but we will do it. The Garen fucking teed. That whole trade is dead. The whole fucking trade. You can bank on that shit. Bank. That might be a nice OTM lotto, as a matter of fact. It probably wouldn't print, but what is that trade? What's 10%? What is that again? $500. What are like 510 Ps? You don't even need them to print. You just need the interest in the print. Doesn't matter if we actually go there. You just need to like get them out far enough in time on a nice 0 and have all the fucking bears buy them from you. Doesn't matter if we actually trade it. You just get like 500 Ps. It would be fucking epic. What would that trade be worth? I bet you'd be a billionaire. Not a billion, but you'd be fucking stupid rich. I think McGilligot talked about it yesterday or the day before. McGilligot went down like the rabbit hole, and he was like fucking connecting all the dots, and he's like, just hear me out. Just hear me out. He's like, if you get 25 BPS, we're going to go down. If we get 0, he's like, we're going downtown, baby. He's like, it might be worth like like an OTM put at a big fat 0 down there. Getting all the bears all liquored up right now. Getting all fucking saucy. Just saying that. You get them for like September 31st. What are September 31st 500 Ps cost right now? I haven't even looked. I've been meaning to, but I haven't looked. I mean, I'm aware of it. I haven't even entertained that idea. I mean, I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it there, but I haven't even entertained the porn behind it. September 30th. Oh, dude. They got some there's people on that shit. The fucking dealers got that shit priced in. They're at 30 cents right now. They got 507s for 30 cents. I'd do like 510. So 510 or 33 cents. Woo! Let me look up what the pay on that would be. You don't want them for the 31st, though, do you? You want them for like 2 weeks out, right? So. Oh, yeah. So 530 is 2 weeks out or $2.34. They're not giving that away for free. $500s are 89 cents right now. Holy shit, for mid-October. October 18th, 500s are 90 cents. Whew. That is stupid expensive. I would think that the way to, so this is why I don't like puts. Like, I would think that the way to do it would be you just get 0 dates on fucking Wednesday. You just get 0 dates at like 1:45 in the afternoon. Wham! for the one day, and you'll make the same money. Just hammer it for like fucking, I don't know, 10-cent fucking puts as a lotto trade. It's bad, isn't it, Henry? I'm being bad right now. I'm being naughty. God. I was just, that made that, you know what that triggered in me? It triggered in me like COVID. COVID was insane. I got priced out at some point. I remember I was buying like 300-400 packs of puts, and then like they got so juiced that I went to like, I could only afford a 100 pack, then I could only afford a 10 pack, then I could only afford like one put. God. COVID was pure insanity. If you paper trade it, you'd probably want to farther date them. Date them for like January or December for like 500p. Like I'd date them like end of December. The reason being would be, you know the reason, right? That if you put more time on them, if we didn't go down there and you close them for a loss, your loss would likely be less than if we actually went there. You put more time on it. If they did go with like, because if you're gonna paper trade it, you want to paper trade the open and the close, even if it's a loss, so you can see what you would actually lose. If you dated them for like October 18th, the trade would likely burn like your 89 cents or 90 cents. And if we get the upside move into tomorrow, they might burn them into tomorrow a little bit. Like they'll go to like 60 cents, then they might print you like $1. And I would open and close the trade at specific times. I would put more time on them. You want like the responsible way to do this for paper trading. For maybe do all of them. Maybe do like 2 or 3 different paper trades to see the impacts. Personally, I would, if I was going to do this responsibly, I'd probably wait for a high again, and then I would nail it for, or I would execute it for like December or January, 500p. And if we do get a rate cut, I would wait for the full move higher, then the move down, and then I would close them out. You might only lose like, I don't know, 10% or something like that. But if they didn't cut the rate, if they didn't cut rates, you would start cranking money as we headed down there. Like by the time you got to 500, you'd make some fucking stupid money. Maybe like 300%, 500%, something like that at least. And then once the fucking premium kicks in, you'd get all like the liquidity providers stepping in. All the suckers would be down there trying to buy more puts, and you'd be checking out fat. You'd be down there with like Ackman or one of the other liquidity providers cashing out, pushing a narrative on CNBC that we're going to crash. So terrible. I feel like I'm an OnlyFans for the Bears right now. It's been like this happens next, and that happens. I unzip your corduroy pleated pants. I unbutton that top button and tug down those. You got a little bit of huskiness on you, and I just tug them over that nice, firm, round, bare butt of yours. I fold them up on the chair, pleat side in. I know you have all that fur on you. I turned the heat up. You may want to go in the bathroom and shave all that fur off. And meet me in the honey bed. And I'll be sitting in the honey bed, and I'll just pop the jar of honey off as you're going in to take a shower and shave all that hair off. And I'm just like pouring the honey all over me. Just shave it all off. I'm bathing in your 500 Ps for January 18th. Miguel Gott's out there right now. He's all sweaty. He's got a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. He's fucking pumping iron. He's got thrash metal playing in the background. His interns are all like, outside the window looking in on him. Yeah, there's new people watching the show today. They're like, what is this guy talking about? I wouldn't pay. I don't know. I'm not ready to buy. I'm not ready to long the market here. If you want to know, we likely make another leg down. Well, not likely. We want to see what happens here. So buyers are stepping in. We know that, right? You're going to expect buyers to step in here. Sellers want to get a new low, opening a door to more downside. Now it's currently 1:41 in the afternoon. They got more time on their hands. They're not done yet. And we have all tomorrow too. So personally, for me at least, what do we got down here? Let me clean this up. This is Thursday. I should move this over. This doesn't look good. Or this isn't. This is. You know, it's weird when I do it between time frames. It's when I change the here. Hold on here. Let's look at this closer here. It's when I change the time frame, it fucks with the fucking, I don't know, the crayons and shit. TradingView doesn't do the best job doing that, so I'm like trying to make a fucking crayon drawing for you. Now, so where's the close today? 6 p.m. Nope. Tuesday, Wednesday? No, Tuesday. So this is like slightly more accurate here. They have until this point right here. And this over here, they actually have into
So
where's Wednesday, 2 p.m.
Senior Israeli
about there?
military officials.
Is that 2 p.m. right there?
Third Hezbollah war, which is expected. to
This
be
looks so
almost
fucked up,
immediate.
right? This like doesn't look good. But they have that. Let me go to a 30-minute basis. They have like more time. Like sellers have more time down here. It's 2 p.m. right there. They have some more time in here. This doesn't look pretty. But I just want you to know that sellers have more time, right, to get underneath and even into the rate decision down there. What that does is it reins in the upside move in the market. It keeps, like, you got to remember that there are larger participants than us. Let me talk to you guys about something here. So, I think I've talked about this in the past. I talked about it the past week, and I was talking about in 2012 as well, right? I've talked about this earlier this week. So don't forget that you have a rate decision. You have Vixpiration. You have OPEX. You have larger market participants than you that have spreads on the market. I know that you wish that you could bankrupt a dealer too. You're not going to. You're also wishing that you could like slam dunk on JP Morgan, let's say, right? A larger market participant. You're not going to. Their spreads in the market rein the market in. And the dealers are constantly fighting where the market goes, right? You guys are all buying calls. You guys are all buying puts. These guys are hedging the market. All this other nonsense is going on. And it kind of like reins the market in. And so like you can see that reining action right now, right? So no, we're not uncontrollably just going up straight. The bears and the bulls, like that, they like talking about that happening. But truth be told, like dealers want nothing more than, okay, we're going to price in 50 BPS. We're going to send it down. You're going to get, yay, everybody's happy. We got 50 BPS, right? They limit that upside action. Then we come right back down into reality. And we follow the normal OPEX cycle. What's fascinating about this stuff, too, is that you're able to wrap up all of these events like a nice bow and a present, right? Unless there's something fundamentally changing in the marketplace, a fundamental shift that's unknown, right, to the market, they'll wrap all of this up with a nice bow. Same thing when we get into election volatility. You know, they'll wrap all that up and you're going to come out on the other end of it like a new baby. And you're like, wait a minute, I was told this would happen. And you guys consume that shit everywhere. You guys are consuming that shit on Bloomberg, on CNBS. You guys consume that shit on FinTwit, all over the place. And, you know, they're like torching FOMO bulls, torching FOMO bears, all along the way. And they have a structure in the market that they need to follow unless there's something unknown that they have to price in. So outside of that, and why do people sell you that? Because of their own. They already know it's going like this and then down and up. They're going to tell you that we're going to crash so they can get paid right here. They're going to tell you that it's going to 9,000 so they can get the pay up there. Makes sense? Like, and then they're going to close and you're going to be the one trapped down there saying, oh, this guy just told me it's going down there. He told me 2 weeks ago that's where it's going. You might get stretching in price here, stretching in price there, but, they're going to rein all this shit in. The dealers are way ahead of you. And how the market is priced by the options market and real money buying and selling is going to rein all that crap in regardless. So this looks like shit, by the way. But you get the point, right? So into the close today. It's what time is it right now? It's 1:47. Sellers right now, whether you like this or not, sellers right now are, and who are sellers? They're not bears. They're dealers. They're fucking dealers. They're people hedging. The impacts of hedging, impacts of dealers are like market participants, right? Selling maybe, hedging, exiting the market, awaiting a decision. Then you got the impacts of dealers, no more buying, all that kind of shit. All this stuff like impacts this where we are right now. So, like basically bears. I mean, I say bears. I use bears like I use bulls and bears like a heel, like wrestling. It's a simplified, more complex thing, right? Buyers, selling, buying, selling, all that kind of stuff. Delta hedging, all that kind of shit. So sellers want to see the new low. And then they want to see a new low, or not the new low. They want to break below this line right here. In a new low. If they can get that, they have a chance to get down there into 11 a.m. tomorrow, 2 p.m. tomorrow. They have that opportunity. If you get 25, if they can get us down here, right, to this new low, let's say you get this today or tomorrow morning or 2 p.m., and you only get 25 basis points, you might get a squeeze up, and then we go back down and hit that downside target. Make sense? And bam, then we go higher, right there. So price matters. Open and closing matters. Are we under? Are we above? Do we get high? Do we get what do we get? Matters, right? And you can see the buyers already stepping in right here. You can see it right here, right? Buy, buy, buy. Right? Auto buy. And you can see the sellers stepping in right here, right? Sell, 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 right? If we can't get enough buyers, what do? Rolled right down there, don't we, into tomorrow? Right? They're gonna tell you a story on CNBC. They're gonna be like, traders brace for Fed rate decision. Utter horseshit. It's utter horseshit. So, for right now at the moment, you could be buying this if you want. I mean, this looks pretty good, but you got limited. Matter of fact, you're right in the middle here. See the sellers, see the buyers. For me personally, if I were to become a buyer again, I would want to see what? Price break above the hourly trigger, right? New high, come back down, off and running. Buyer once again, some new upside. You want to get rid of all that? You can, but you need to see the price action to prove it. Until that does, no trade for me as a bull. You could do an intraday trade, 5 minute, 30-second chart, 1 minute chart. But for me personally, I got nothing. 1 minute basis. You want to see what it looks like? You want to see what the bears look like? I'll just get rid of this for right now. You guys already know where it's going. You guys have this at home. If you want to see what this looks like, I'll show it to you right now. If you're like, hey, Cap, I want to be long into tomorrow, I get that. I understand that some of you are like, Cap, that's the low. They're going to sell volatility into the event tomorrow. We're going to go to the moon. They're not getting that second leg down, Cap. You're wrong. They're going to trade this up, right? You're going to get the I'm sure some of you are already saying this, right? Here, let me just draw this out for you. So you're already saying, I'm sure some of you are already saying, let me just get rid of all this crap. You got the hourly trigger, right? You've got the prior high right there, right? What do I need as a buyer? I need to see price come up. I need to see the buyers still in charge. I want to see that. And believe it or not, I want to see that right there. That's all I want to see. If I see that, I'm Johnny on the spot as a buyer right about there. That's my money shot right there. Now, there are trades in here you can take with no committing. This is the money shot right there. That's it wins, ready? 85% of the time. Are we there yet? Nope. Can you take intraday trades in there? Sure. Are there ways from the trap you in for that next leg down? Fuck yes, there are. There's a lot of danger in there. So let's say you want to chart that out. Let's say you're like, okay, Cap, hit me, bro. I want to intraday trade it. I want to gamble. Low, new low, not bullish. Let's say you wanted to gamble it. Roughly that right there. You'd want to see the new high right here. You'd want to see the new high right there. You would definitely fill that one right there. And you'd be looking for right here. That's wrong. We can map it all out if you want. Something more like that on a finer basis. Something like that. Sorry, it looks like shit, but that's what I'm looking at least. I hate drawing this stuff in because you guys think we're going there and we're not. I'm just looking for, do we get the new high or not? Do we get it? Do we don't? If we don't, it'll actually roll down. You'll get your new low down there. There's like a bunch of other stuff in here. That's why I don't like drawing this shit out for you guys, because if we don't get the new highs, we are going to roll down. And I'm of the opinion so far that we still have more time to go lower. Get rid of all that shit over there because we're not even close to that. We got a new low down here. Look at that juicy buying on SPX. They're fucking beast moding it. Whew. On a 4-hour basis, we're turning green. SPX is getting beefcaked up to go higher. Are you guys long here? I'm not. I'm flat right now. I have no interest yet. Are you buying puts there? I'm like neutral right now. Have patience. What time is it right now? It's there's some intraday trades here to the upside. I'm just not, I have no interest in it. There's some upside trades. There's 1600. Oh, look at that. 4 p.m. You guys are getting all bulled up into the close. Tomorrow, we will have for you So yesterday we took a call spread. We went coast to coast with it. I meant to put a hedge on the market today. I took a break, came back, and they'd already fucking rolled it down on me. They didn't give me any time to put a hedge on. They just went whoop straight down. Kind of pissed at myself to not be hedged in the market right now. I am flat right now. If you want my opinion, the sellers, not my opinion, but facts. Sellers have not breached a new low to get a low into the lows that are expected. So let me give you some exact facts here. So right here, sellers have not gotten a new low. That's at 559.91. They need that new low to open the door to new lows at 558, I believe, maybe 554. 554. For you to trade, for us to trade 554, we need to get underneath 559.93. We're not there at the moment. So the market is supportive here. I want you to know that. We are above the gamma flip, so the market is supportive. Keep echoing that to you. What else? Market is supportive here. Am I ready to take a call here? Personally, no. I might put a little taste on. I think there's going to be volatility between here and tomorrow. I want to leave you with one other important part of this. This is the important part, okay? Gather around the fireplace. Come on over to your true friend out there, seriously. There are way better trades for you to have entered before we got to where we are right now. There are going to be way better trades after where we are right now. We're in this like place right now where you can intraday trade it, or you can trade on a 30-second chart or a 1-minute chart for like 15 minutes. These events are set up for you to lose all your money if you're in the middle of them. There are easier trades to take all the time. There's no need for you to be giving all of your money to the stock market. It's way easier to trade the reactions for where we are before the event. So where we are in time,
2024 HICP inflation of 2.5%.
it's way easier to like
forecast.
short a monster rip,
1.1%,
even though I'm against shorting, or hedge a monster rip.
Revisions.
Way easier to sell the news if we don't get the rate hikes that we're expecting, or rate cuts that we're expecting.
1.7%.
Way easier to sit back and buy a dip
7%.
on missed expectations
The effort should come from
for down the road.
Targeted tax hikes.
Right now, where we are at this moment,
and the French
think about how
3% of GDP
we have traded into this event as a group. They've been softball trades. They've been easy. If you're going into an earnings, it's the same thing. We pre-traded this whole event to this moment. At this point, you should be like, I'm going to reaction trade to this. I'm going to look for a high to get a hedge on. I'm going to look for a low to buy. So if I could recommend anything to you over the next, if you looked at that 2012 map, right, for OPEX in September in an election year, if you look at what VolWiz just posted to you on FinTwit, if you look at the highs and lows in there, it's fairly easy to see, even on an extension of price up or down, that you can likely get short or long on those moves and make a lot of money over the next month and a half. Month and a half? Next 2 months. And escape like a phoenix into the end of the year, if that helps you out. Remember that wealth preservation is the most important thing for you. Now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's okay for you to sit on your hands is the baseline. You owe nobody to give your money to the market gods. Just hang out, shit post. And if you have hindsight trading, let's say you're a bear and we crash tomorrow. It's okay. Let's say you're a bull and we trade 580 tomorrow. It's okay. You don't need every trade. You only need the choicest trades. You need the best cut. You need the most highest probability tied trades that you can take. You stack those up over months and years, it'll be life-changing for you. Stuff like these events is not life-changing. And even if they are life-changing for you, it would be after you have a bank and you're just trading a lotto. So if you're like, I'm a millionaire and I want to trade $1,000 or 10,000 or whatever that is, 100 grand or something, not even a million. You can't do that with being a millionaire. But like, trade like a $10,000 and you're a multimillionaire. And you're like, this is a lottery for me. That's different, right? Then like you have some guys like I just took $10,000 trade out right now, and you're like working at Wendy's and you're playing your whole fucking check on this. That's insano. They're not trading millions of dollars. Just be aware of like other people and what they're trading, what their account is, what their motivations are, what they're trying to sell you, maybe what their wealth is or what they're active in the market with. That kind of stuff all matters to you. And this is really directly to you as if you're a Wendy's worker. You might not work at Wendy's, but you get what I'm saying, right? If you make less than 6 figures a year, your account is under $50,000, sit this shit out every time, every single time. And you trade the reactions. And you will build an account, and you will get to where you need to be to fuck around with some lotteries. Make sense? I know, get rich or die trying, I get it. Some of you out there are like, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I just go to the prop shop every week. And fucking bam. They give me 20 grand cap, 10 grand this week. I'm going to let it run until they take my 250 or my $500, and I come back next week. I know what you guys are doing. Or a lot of you guys. Not all of you. But I'm serious. That's how you escape that shit. It's how you escape prop firms. It's how you escape working a job. You might hit it this one week, but you ain't going to hit it like that and keep hitting it, keep hitting it. Tap that ass. Let it run till the wheels fall off. That hindsight, man, that shit'll kill you. That hindsight is vicious. That hindsight is like huge too. It's not like one hindsight. There's like it's like hindsight trading is like massive and like it's like one of the biggest mind fucks out there. No, you're cool. You're cool, Kenny. I get what you're saying. You guys all know this spiel I give. Just hang out. If you're one of those guys, man, if you're not rich, just hang out. Hang out from now until tomorrow. If I jump in a trade, I'll let you know. Or get in our pro rooms and take trades with professional traders. You want to take some trades? Get in the pro room. And they'll tell you what they're doing. That's right, Jill. Tell him. Good to see you, Jill, by the way. Everybody was happy to see you yesterday, by the way. How's vacation going? Where are you at right now? What state are you in? or region. You don't tell people just what region you're in. Are you in the Mountain West right now? Where are you at? West Coast, Mountain West? No, it's not a dumb question. Prop firms, you can trade futures right now with fake money. You can trade futures. You can take a test. You can go through class. We actually do boot camp here. If you ever want to learn how to if you ever want to trade futures, you can learn how to trade futures with us, and you can go to a prop trading firm, and what they do is a lot of them are based out of the United. They're not in the United States. They're not regulated. You pass a class with them, a test, and they'll let you trade their money. Now it's fake money. It's not real. There's a few things to tell you. It's not real. They don't want to pay you out because eventually they'll take all your money. But about 90% of you take all your money. More than that, actually, over time. There's very few traders that are winning traders. They do stack over time. Like in a year, you might get 7 or 10 good traders, and then the next year you get another 7. You get like 14, you get 21. Our group here has been 4 years in the making. It's taken a long time to get to competent traders, right? Taking us 4 years to accumulate really great traders, right? That don't get washed out. And but the point here is this: you'll think it's real money, but it's not. If you actually are a great trader, they will begin to pay you real money back into your account. And if you start to take money from them, they will offer you a job to trade for them or give you the boot, one or the other. They'll say, hey, we'll offer you a job. You can trade our real money, even though we told you it was real, it was fake. We'll actually give you money to trade for us in our firm, our hedge fund, right? And you'll work for us now. That's true too. So we have different membership levels. We have, I think our cheapest ones are for access to our general Discord with professional tools. You get to see what what people are discussing, the briefs at nighttime, stuff like that. If you get a supporter level, you get a bunch of tools. You get access to triggers on like 10 or 12 tickers, triggers and velocity on a static web page, updated twice a day. You get some other tools given to you on TradingView. You get the market briefs at nighttime. If you go Pro Trader, you get Elliott Wave on anywhere from 10 to 20 different tickers across. You get it across commodities, metals, coins. You get crypto. You get like right now, I think we're doing like Mag 7 kind of stuff. You get Elliott Wave on all that kind of stuff. Updates every day, twice a day. You get expanded stuff. You get oil. You get gas. You get, especially if it's coming into season, like if wheat's coming into season, you get commodities. You get currencies if they're in like currency. Let's say a pair trade is coming into a bottom, or we're about to sell it. We'll start focusing on those different markets as they come into focus, and then take the focus off of them. So we're like, yeah, I want to trade wheat right now. And then we're going to start trading I don't know, corn. Then we're going to trade, I don't know, palladium or copper or silver or gold. We're going to now trade ETH. We're going to now trade Bitcoin, trade oil now, gas now, all that kind of stuff. A lot of it's based on seasonality. So if we're looking for seasonal patterns in these different markets. But I would say, too, the Pro Trader membership is for someone that's got some time in the market. You should have time in the market. If you are going to sign up for Pro Trader, I'm going to be honest with you, it's I would start with something lower, and then work your way up from there, because no one's waiting for you. People are trading actively. But like supporter level is a good way to just get your feet wet. If you don't like it, it's a month. I spend I think it's $18. I think for a month, somewhere in there. Like, what's $20? You don't like it? Yeah, and the other cool part is if you just get in the Discord, you got access to all these cool ass tools. People charge like tons of money for it. I give it away. Basically, it's just a freebie. So those alone are worth the price per month. That's worth the price of membership at like three different subs you could put out there. You could save yourself $60 to $80 a month and just sign up for the tools in there. Community is our community is inclusive, so we ask that you keep politics at the door, no matter what they are. We try to we're here to trade the market. We're not here to talk politics. We're not here to talk about other stuff. We're not here to talk. We're actually here to make money. We're not assholes either. So you're not going to see us like slam you if you're new. We're not going to be douchebags to you. I've been in those Discords where it's like Coliseum. It's like shot callers, and then there's like, shut up, sit in the corner, be quiet. You come in, just say, this is my experience. I'm here to learn, or I'm here to help. I have experience trading this. Where do I go? I want to learn more about that. We trade everything. We trade so we do stock trading. We do options trading. We do option selling, everything from the wheel to just selling spreads, selling individual like just calls or puts on individual tickers. We trade Globex 24 hours a day. We've got Globex traders in here, well, not 23 hours a day. We got Globex traders though that are trading throughout the night, through the Asian session, the London session, and the U.S. session in the early morning hours. And then we have the daytime futures traders as well. Depending on what your poison is, we got people doing it. We have classes that are included for trading the triggers with velocity. They're included. We offer the Velo suite with triggers as well, and we have pivot points, and we have a bunch of stuff rolling out here so soon. We're working on developing a bunch of other crap. Stock picking, auto stock picking, some really cool stuff. So we're getting there. And we got some mentorships launching. I had to go through some legal stuff to make sure that I had to go through a bunch of legal stuff to make sure that we weren't breaking any laws. I want to make sure that if we have mentors that their time isn't wasted. We can't waste these guys' time. I'll be honest with you. Their time is extremely valuable. Every person these guys have mentored so far in testing has come out not a loser, not a single one. So we just got to make sure that you take it serious, that you're taking this seriously, and that you want to change your life. In truth, you want to become a professional, not professional, an amateur, full-time trader. Yeah, I want you guys to make money at all times. I want you guys to be able to quit your jobs, no matter what they are. I don't care if you're a fucking doctor, an attorney. I don't care what you are in life. I want you to be able to walk away and be green. Be able to take money out of the market from an old, fat, rich white guy. If you can do that, you're beating everybody. That's it. That's truly it. I want you guys to make a life change. That's it. Pull money out of the market, pay off your debt, get those braces for your kid. I had a guy in here, I kid you not, I got a guy in here that he's got kids, and he didn't have a Christmas one year. And he joined us, and he got Christmas for his kids, I shit you not. Like, literally paid for Christmas for his children. That's some big shit. Like, made me cry. We were in a conference call with this guy, and I'm like, what? Now I don't want to take calls from anybody because of stories like that. That shit breaks my heart. In a good way, but it talks how serious it is what we're doing. There's like a real serious component to what we're doing. There's real money, real people have real things in their lives that they want to change, whether it be, I don't know, college loans, child support, maybe made a mistake, got a DWI, they got like $20,000 in debt, lost a job, too many kids, divorced, you name it, alimony. People have all kinds of shit. dead end jobs, laid off, you name it. So what we do here is pretty serious. If you're looking to get serious about turning it around, there are a lot of people in this Discord that that care. You know, they care. So. Anyways, 2:17 in the afternoon. Market is parked right now. If I was a DGen, I'd probably take that trade right there. But I can't in good conscience do that on a stream. Let's look at this. Let's see this Velo's improved. Now we're at neutral on 30-minute Velo. We have new lows on daily Velo too. The buyers are there. They bought all this right here. They're long the market. Trying to get long right now. For me personally, I'd like to see more lows or an improvement in price. So for me, I'm not going to take any trades here. We closed out a decent trade today. You guys already know about the market hedge trade, whether I executed it or not. You guys are already made aware of it. You guys were made aware of it earlier this week. You guys were made aware of it last Friday. You guys were made aware of it today, even this morning, right? You were made aware of it. So you guys should already be positioned well as a hedge in the market into November, or now you're waiting maybe if you're copy trading. I don't like that you guys copy trade, by the way. I don't like that either. Yes, hop on in. You can dip your toes. You don't need to like commit to everything. There's ways to join. We have market briefs at nighttime that are they're not always like, we try to do a crystal ball every night for you, and the crystal ball is going to be wrong. But we know where, if it is wrong, that it's, that the crystal ball, we actually draw it out so that, let's say we're at like a resistance point. Like if we don't, like, we'll draw it out. We'll be like, our thesis is we're going to break above and then head higher. If we actually fail that, that the trade is dead, kind of stuff. We mix Elliott wave with triggers and velocity and gamma. Our thesis here, how we trade here, if you guys don't know this, theoretically how we trade here, we trade time frames, ICT type stuff, very simplified ICT stuff. We mix that up with gamma. We mix it up with Elliott waves, triggers, and velocity as a whole, and try to get it all to come together, some kind of confluence, and see if everybody else is there with us. You try to see where everybody is, right? There's some traditional charting in there too. I want you to know that I do still add some traditional charting. I'm trying to, if you were to look at a chart, right? And you were to overlay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 charts, you're looking for confluences of everyone in the market at the same place. Does that make sense? So if I got like a bunch of Elliott waivers over on my left, and I got a bunch of gamma bros on my right, and I got a bunch of ICT over there, and I got a bunch of Momo over here, and I got a bunch of other shit, like let's say I'm looking for like a I don't know. You'll see like a bull flag right here, let's say. I'm looking on another layer to see if we have Momo underneath. Do we have Velo and triggers underneath? Do we have Elliott wave coming down here to the same place, the turn higher? Do we have gamma supportive right here? Or don't we? Will it fail? because you guys know how you guys traditional chart, right? You see price come up, you see the bull flag, and you're just like, bro, that's a bull flag, it's going up. And then when it fails, you don't know why it fails. It's because there are other forces that are either there or not. So you need those forces to be there. Time frames. These time frames are year out, 10 years out, 5 years out, quarterly. They are monthly, weekly, daily, hourly, believe it or not, and right down to the minute. So you want to know how strong they are, how weak they are. And we try to see that. That's how we get the crystal ball. We're like, yeah, that's gonna hold. Yeah, that's gonna fail, or has a high probability, right? It's all about probability statistics. How long did it take for me to? I had to lose 6 figures a few times. Start out stupid, then you become a bear. Oftentimes, this profession attracts very smart people for retailers, or successful people in other aspects of their life. Often, not fully, but often. So you think you're a smart guy and or smart gal, and you're gonna beat the system, but you're dumb, so you don't know what the risk is. So you like make some good trades. You're aggressive when you should be, but don't know it, and you're making money, do well, and you actually learn the market, and you become a bear. Oftentimes, you lose all your money, a bunch. Then you start to get on the rabbit holes on different disciplines. Like, I'm going to learn this. I'm going to learn LA Wave. I'm going to learn Gamma. I'm going to learn that. I'm going to learn time frames. I'm going to learn ICT. I'm going to learn fucking this one, that one, this one. You trade different things, right? Products. You're trading stocks. You're trading crypto. You're trading options. Trading spreads. Buying, then selling. Lose a bunch of money along the way. Time and market can't be beat. I'll be honest with you. I'll be 100% honest with you. Time and market matters. Execution matters. A plan is good. Executing, knowing when to get out, knowing when to get in, knowing when to add, knowing when to abandon a position, knowing when to flip, not being tied to a thesis. All these things is time and market. It takes a long time to do that. And more time for others, and some people get washed out forever along the way. Oftentimes what I encounter today is people that want to tell me what they think. And I don't mean mentors or admins. I mean like a regular guy in the streets, like, this is what I think. I'm like, I really don't fucking care what you think. I'll be honest. And I'm not here to even find out your opinion. I'm here to show you what is real. That's my job. That's it. That's true. Same thing with like David AMS. He's a prime example. Like, whether he's right or wrong, or John L is right or wrong, or Scott is right or wrong, like Vol Wiz, guys like that, they don't give a fuck of what I think. They're just there to tell you what they think. And if you think that they probably know what the fuck they're talking about, you just listen to it, even if it's wrong. Those guys can be wrong. It's okay for them to be wrong, but those guys know what the fuck they're doing. They don't care about what you're doing. They'll be honest. That's truth. They're not at the same place as you. So if you're like, I want to push this thesis off on you because of the news. It's usually big ones too. Like, hey, what do you think? Some new news came out on, I don't know, your favorite ticker. Like, I just heard that, like ticker XYZ has this happening. No one cares. These guys are all like excess. They're all, these guys are all like, I want to buy it down there and I want to sell it up there, and I don't give a fuck how we get there. I don't give a fuck what the news is. I don't give a fuck what the volume says. I don't care. It's like time or price. You get so much time to get to that price, and if you don't, we're going to go down and catch some new lows. None of these guys are married to anything. They'll drop it they'll drop an idea like a bad habit. They'll drop loyalty to a stock like a bad habit. They'll drop loyalty to any thesis like a bad habit. They're not bulls and bears. It's like a honeypot using, like, it's like wrestling. I always try to relate it to wrestling. We're using those terms as a heel. It's not real. None of it's real. It's for a new trader to listen to, so you can rope them in and say, "Let me teach you what the real deal is here. Let me teach you what really matters." That's how you become a better bear and a better bull too. If you like, I identify as a bear. You want to become a better bear? You don't get married to that shit. We teach you how to, like, where they're going to sell, where they're likely to sell, where they're likely to buy, where the risk is to you as a seller, where the risk is to you as a buyer. How the market is fake as fuck. The entire fucking market is fake. Let me read it to you. I'll read it to you. Hold on here. Hold on. I don't know where the book is right now. Oh, I reread I reread this weekend Market Wizards. In like the first fucking page, like literally the first page is like a market professional. He point blank goes, "The market is fake." And I'm like, I know it is. No shit. The whole fucking thing is fake. Your order blocks are fake. Your fucking your market profile, your volume profile, it's all fake. It's all bullshit. No, the dollars are fake too. They're all fake. It's all fake. I'm serious. What you get paid is real, but what they take from you is real. But that shit is fake as fuck. That shit is not real. It's straight up fake. It's all fugazi. Trust me. Best traders of all time will tell you the same thing. Get yourself Market Wizard series and start reading them all. It's all fake. It's all bullshit. Watch them cut the stream out on me. Like, you got like the hidden hand of the markets. Like, turn that stream off on that guy. Is telling everybody it's fake. What does Jedi call it? What does Jedi Marcus call it? He's got a terminology for it. When the market gets goosed. I forget what he calls it right now off the top of my head. Gropex. Price discovery. Fair market value. Contract roll, fair market value, bro.
NYMEX diesel October futures settle at $2.
I love it.
A gallon. NYMEX gasoline October futures settle at $2 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas October futures settle at $2.30.
Yeah, Gropex.
And NYMEX WTI crude October futures settle at $71.19 a barrel. That's up $1.10 or 1.57%.
I mean, like, we just came in this, like 5 minutes ago, we just sold $100 trillion worth, or not trillion, but like, we just sold $100 billion worth of stock market in 5 minutes, huh? Okay. Who bought all those shares? Oh, is that a liquidity provider? Okay. All right. They're giving them back and forth to each other? Is that what they're doing? Dealers don't have all those shares? You mean they're reaching out? They know the market's going to turn? You mean SoftBank is a threat to the security of the United States stock market? How could that be? How could SoftBank be a threat to the United States stock market? Yeah, Top Step's my favorite too. Top Step's my favorite prop firm if there was one. They're good. They just put someone through the ringer on one of the who got put through the ringer when they were trying to check out with like 10K and they were like, nah, we got to check all your trades, bro. We're gonna make sure you didn't automate that shit. Who was that got what prop firm was he using? Was he using Apex, I think? Who was it? We had someone in the Discord that was started beating the prop firms and they were like, we don't trust you. Yeah, that was funny. What do you mean you're a winning trader? We don't believe you. We have to do an investigation. Yeah, that was you, Tara, right? Oh, yeah, dude. They don't believe. Yeah, IBKR kicks ass. I still haven't made the jump I need to. I've been meaning to make the jump, and I still haven't done it. I need I get vacations, but not normal. I need to take like a fucking sabbatical. Not a sabbatical. I need like a week or two off with like no nothing or no vacation, no kids, no wife, no streaming. I need like a week. I need to shut this shit down. I should try to do that during Christmas this year. Like shut it down for like 2 weeks or a week or something. Like leave everything up and running, but take like maybe January 1 to January 15 or something. I got to do a Christmas vacation with the family, with my daughters and I are going to do a kick-ass, I got a baller trip lined up for this Christmas with my daughters. My daughters are like, dude, my daughters and I, like, we got some plans. We're entering a new phase with the kids, or I am. I'm entering a new phase with the children. I'm like, I'm going to walk you into adulthood here. This is going to be fun. Okay, you guys it's 2:36. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to take a quick break here. When I get back, I'm going to give you preliminary expectations for tomorrow, okay? Even though I'm warning you not to instigate trades right now, especially if you're a new trader, if you can't, like, if you're not like the top 10% of traders, just sit out. If you're not like consistently making money, you know how to be a day trader. You're Davy Day Trader, as I call them. If you're not Davy Day Trader, right? You're not a badass. I mean it seriously. If you're not a badass, I would say sit this out. But if you are Davy Day Trader, Davy Badass, that kind of stuff, two things. I'm going to give you a preliminary for. You guys want a preliminary for ES instead today, Or no? Well, maybe I can do ES instead, because there should be some hanky-panky in the overnight. I don't know if that's what you guys want or not, or there's you guys want to know it right now?
According to the BSEE, 6%.
There's like an overnight upside trade in there.
In the aftermath of Storm Francine.
You guys just want to see it right now? Okay.
And that's 10% of natural gas as well.
I'm like over here giggling and shit. Sellers unable to get a new low. They're unable to get a new low. We're going to get rid of all this here. Ah, shit. I should have done that. Hang tighter. You know what? We'll just get rid of it all. You guys ready? Get your pencils out. Get your drawing instruments out here, okay? Seeing as we're going into into tomorrow or whatever, right? We'll do this freebie. Okay, looks good. We're on a 4-hour basis here, right? I want to show you. We're gonna make an assumption here that bears could not get any lower. They had a chance today. Okay, they had a chance. Now we have the low down here at 560. 560, right? Somewhere in here, right? It's 4-hour basis. Let's look at this one right here. 1 hour. Oh, wait, let's go back to the 4 hours. Check, make sure. Time is it right now? 2:40. That's Tuesday, right? Oh, we're in a 1 minute trigger here. Sorry about that. God damn it. Let's get rid of that now. Wednesday, 1600, right there. Hold on. 100. About there. Right about there. So this overnight part right here, this is between 1600, 4 p.m. and 6 p.m., 9 p.m. That's the opening bell tomorrow, 9 a.m., let's say, or let's call that 11 a.m. That's Tuesday, right? That's 1900. This should be like, this overnight action over here is like, there's like the opening bell tomorrow morning is when? Tuesday, 9 a.m. Wednesday, 12, 1600. This might not be the best representation of this. Hold on here. But basically what you're looking for here tomorrow is this. I'll give you the gist of this, okay? Now, listen closely here. Listen very closely here, okay? This is preliminary. This is not what you're going to get tonight, later tonight. There are some things we got to talk about here. If they sell this down to the bell, there needs to be a bounce up into the close. If the sellers can get underneath and close this down here, the move is still down like projected yesterday. We'll get that move higher tomorrow. But sellers haven't been able to get down as of right now. They're impotent. and they're really buying the fuck out of this. So as of right now, I'm going to give the sellers maybe one more down at like 3 or something. Slingshot up. Unless a buyer can or a seller can, unless a seller can make some. I want to see I wanted to see sellers get underneath this, and they haven't. They have not done that. It's price or time around here, right? You only get so many shots, right? You got a few minutes. Remains to be seen. 9 p.m. I'd really like to know where we are at 9 p.m. tonight, because that, of course, we're gonna find out if the Asian market's gonna buy it. If they're not gonna buy it, let it float back down into the open tomorrow. There's a lot more information I need, and I don't have that information just yet. I don't have that information yet. If sellers can't get down below this 559.46, they're gonna ramp this fucker up on you. We're gonna fail 570 and ramp the open tomorrow at like 11 a.m. I kid you not. Sell us down into the rate decision. You'll get your rate decision trade. 25 BPS, blast down, and then actually close on a high tomorrow. On the expected 50 BPS. Now, there's a bunch of shit in here. I wouldn't be trading this if I were you. Because there's too many unknowns to the market. Especially right now. Like, there's too many unknowns. Like, right into the close right now, they can sell you underneath it. If Asia doesn't pick it up, they'll sell it down. In the overnight and into tomorrow, right? Truthfully, London will be like, fuck you, we're going down here, we're going to buy that shit. Like, that's a real outcome for tonight. London can be like, fuck off, we'll wait until you get your decision, and we're down, way down lower. So that's my point. We're coming into a...
Brent crude futures settle at $73.70.
Voice news discount.
Turn this shit off. Hold on here. We're coming down into some like market participation and some data and stuff like that, an event tomorrow where this can go the wrong way. But, you know, I expected more from you as a seller, and you're not getting it. So I will say this. If you are unable to close this shit out today as a seller, and they begin ramping this stuff up and we get above the hourly trigger, like you see any of that bullshit down there, they're going to ramp this fucker in the overnight. Then they'll sell it down into the decision in the middle of the afternoon. You're going to get the next ramp up. And you know what they do, right? They reprice after the event, float back down, and then wham, one more time into the end of the day. This could be extended in time as well. This could be something where, we're trading this kind of nonsense tomorrow. They get this end of the day, then we go down on Monday, and we're back up again on Tuesday or something like that, or on Friday, excuse me. Not so much Wednesday. Let me see if I can do that again here for you. But there's a lot of what ifs. If this, then that. And this is on an hourly basis. Let me see if I can redraw that for you. Yeah, right down in there. Opinion in here. Come in on Thursday. We got Vixpiration, right, on Thursday. And then OPEX on Friday. I mean, if you were to spread it out with more time. Friday, 1600. Thursday close. This is still valid, believe it or not. It's the same trade, but it's more time. It could even be said that this is over here. You know, you could get like the bloodbath down here. You could even go all the way down here and still go back up there, trade that. Get your Vixpiration trade. And that Vixpiration trade could be bloody too. And then come right back up in here to like 570, believe it or not. Like there's a lot of data, and there's OPEX, and there's Vixpiration into Friday. Like all this move could happen all in here too in one day, believe it or not. It's either like price or time. Thursday, 7 a.m., 9 a.m., right there. Yeah, and you could easily hit that down there. Let me draw this out some more. Hold on, I gotta think about this. Bear with me. I'm trying to give you guys like at nighttime I do this, and it's like takes me like an hour to do this shit because I got to think it all through. That's Friday close. That's OPEX. And then next Friday, or Monday, Friday or Monday, 1600. You guys want, I know what you guys want. You guys want that right there. I know what you bears want. You bears want this whole move erased. That's really what you want. You want to break that whole move, right? You take that whole move, you get the new low, come up into, you guys see, I can see this shit like fucking all the way up here. First week of October, you got the new low down there if you're a bear, and then we're on our way down. We're not there yet, so I'm not even going to show you that just yet. Get rid of all that. I'll give you this right now, okay? That's all you get for right now. We're not going to start talking about October yet. How about this for right now? How about we start with this, okay? You know, if you get like there's some pitfalls in here. You know, you don't get 25 BPS. Come in tomorrow, right? They start cranking us into the rate decision, and you know, bam, unknowns though, unknown information. So we can't really plot that out yet. Does that work for you guys? You know, there's like another path here. If you're able to get underneath, they'll take you down. Then we'll go up there. But they're failing right now. These fucking bears, these fucking sellers can't get it done. So, you know, if you were a smart buyer, you're either like long above for that, or you're long down here somewhere before the report. If you're a smart seller, we already told you to sell Friday or sell this one here. Your next opportunity as a smart seller is up here. There's also the VIXpiration trade to the downside. Get the VIX cranking. All these fucking bears. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't be swearing. All these bears are going to be telling you that Friday is going to be a down day, and they're going to ramp it up your ass. A sweet spot would be right here. Either 470 or 475. This probably... I want you to remember something here, okay? I want you to remember something here. Let's go back in time. Remember all these guys back here? Let's look back at some places. They're parking it right here. They're parking it right here. Coming into a monthly OPEX. Area of interest in here. Then they sneak it up on you when you're not looking, right? End of the month. Whoop. Right up there, baby. You know? Or whoop. Right down there. Right? You know, the fake outs, the manipulation on a monthly basis. We got 1 month left, right? Sell it down in a month. Get your monthly flows to go higher. But they actually switched it to the downside. We could actually go up in October, I believe it or not. But, you know. Is that good? Does that work for you guys? I mean, there are pitfalls here. Don't believe for a minute that everybody knows the data. Don't believe for a minute that everybody's got the the scoop. Slow down the stream right now. Put on a call spread. Put on a call spread. Put some stops underneath down here. Does that work for you guys? No? Yeah, it's hard for bears and sellers. Sellers have a hard life. Like, we're in a bull market. Let's know, right? We're in a bull market. Sellers need triggers. They need events usually to get lower. If a bear fails, it really fucks them, right? In a bull market. Like, think about that. We're in a bull market, even if it's late stage. If a bear fails to get the lows that they need to get, it gets shoved up their ass, doesn't it? Every time, right? We know that. It's up to the right. If we're in a bear market or even a market crash, you can hammer it on bulls, but you only, like, a bear only has, or sellers only have windows, right? They got a window to get a new low. And even then, when they get the new low, they got to get up on high to sell it down. Going into this close right now, as a seller, you're looking at like Asia and London. Do they let us drift down into the open tomorrow or not? I would have liked to have seen more selling today. I would have liked to have seen more selling yesterday too. I was hoping for like Friday to get all-time highs. They didn't do it. Monday, all-time highs, didn't do it. It took until this fucking morning to do it, right? So you get your sell signal finally, and now they're not letting you get your new lows right now. We're not in a bear market. It sucks. You need some data or event-driven volatility to get us down, don't you? No, that's the reality, right? Let's go Bears. So there's some expectations for you. Don't come back to me ever and say, Cap, you said this and we did that. Also, note here how I draw this stuff out. Like, you should expect to fail this. You should expect to get that. Right? So you beat that, but you fail this one. We'll come back to it later to get up there. And, we'll We'll come back to it later to hit it down later in time. That's probably going to be 4 p.m. on OPEX. Could be a 0 or a 5. 570, 575. And be like, Cap, you didn't tell me that it. Be like, Cap, you didn't tell me that if we got the new low and got a new low over here to switch to seller. Don't tell me that shit. Be telling me shit like, what else do I get shit from people? People are like, oh, you were all bulled up the other day, and I'm like, which time frame are you talking about? Did I run out of time and turn bear? I don't fucking know. Did I take a call spread or a put spread and close them out for profit? When did I execute the trade? Am I married to any thesis? No. Price action rules the day. We already know that. The only thing that matters is that you're making money. I don't care about your entries and exits. I care about mine. Think about that. If you ever want to know if I'm long or short, I always tell you, right? I'm long, I'm short, I'm flat. Like right when it happens. You guys are responsible for your own trading. Not, oh, he told me this and he told me that. You guys don't follow me half the fucking time. You guys fucking follow me when you feel like you want to follow me. That's fine. Just don't put that shit on me. Like, seriously, there's no recommendation to trade anything. I'm telling you what's happening in my head. Telling you what I'm looking at, and I'm going, okay, so this is happening or this is not happening. If I see this, I'm going to do that. Do you think like this? Let me ask you that question. What I just did right there, do you think anything similar to that? Is any of that on your mind right now? If it isn't, you're probably doing it wrong. Maybe you have a slight variation of that. You're probably doing it right. Are you able to alter your thesis as we go along? You should be able to. You should never be a seller that's like, oh, I don't fucking know. This is my only thesis. Or you're a buy or bull and your only thesis is, I guess that could be true in some respects. Buy every dip. You get the gist, though, right? You're looking for specific. You're looking for specific. What's that thing? Is that leftover? I don't need that there. I just need that one there. That's it. Just that one right there. Just connect the dots on those. See, this stuff doesn't scale well. It doesn't scale well when I'm going from time frame to time frame, but you get the idea, right? You get the gist here. Right there, that's it, right there. Sorry, I didn't delete that from earlier when I was doing this shit earlier, but or maybe I didn't. Maybe I meant to do it. Yeah, that works. That's fine. That's good. That's cleaned up a little bit. Looks great. Good. Looking at how I just did that, there are probably easier ways to trade this, right? Weekly calls, monthly calls, 3-month calls, the call spreads. All right. Do you care about this if you're hedged up here? No, you don't care about this, do you? Do you care about this move up here? Let me go back to this so I can show you guys this. Do you guys care about good news? If you're a bear, right? And you're like, I'm right here, Cap. Do you actually care about that? No. Because you have a chance to go down there. You have a chance to go down there. You have a chance for more blood down there. And even if you get pushed out up here, you stay in that hedge, don't you? Because down here you have more opportunities in late September, or excuse me, late October and early November, don't you? It's an easy way to be a bear up here, isn't it? You have a lot of opportunities to get paid. Whole bunch of opportunities to get paid here. I am not hedged right now. I don't like the exposure to the downside without being hedged. I wish I had gotten that hedge up here. So now I'm going to look to put one on. First chance I get. First chance I get, I'm going to hedge this shit because I want to set it and forget it. Come back to it in November. If you are hedged here, don't be listening to anybody. Don't be drinking the Kool-Aid. Don't be drinking the bull Kool-Aid. Just set it and forget it. Come back to it whenever it hits. You got plenty of time. If you've got a rate-bear ratio spread and we hit a high, you can take the bull side of that trade off, leave on the bear side into November. Like you got a lot of management, great management, by the way, on both sides of that trade. So, like you've got you're covering the downside move. You're gonna make some bank to pay for the trade if it goes to the upside, we squeeze. It's a great fucking trade. It's a fucking phenomenal trade. Thanks, Tio. 100%, David. 100%, bro. Bull bear pig. 100% bull bear pig. And there are some really easy trades here. Like, I shit you not. There are like some really choice, simple trades. Like this next 2 months should be easy driving for you. It should be like, woohoo! Easy driving. Easy driving. Trade goes against you. Let's say you're all bared up here. Like, why? Why would you be? Like, why are you trying to short right here? Like, why would you not be taking a ratio spread? Like, there's no argument. You ain't got no argument out there. If you're a bear and you're like, what about seasonality cap? You said it was going to be bearish. Why? Why are you not just putting on a ratio spread and a high? Like you like to lose? You like to whip yourself with a whip? It pays bank. If you're right, it pays bank. If you're wrong, it pays you. The only time that trade doesn't pay you is if you're trading like Clorox bleach, where it trades sideways. Right? You guys ready to party into the close? I'll take the party trade. Yeah, 0 dates. Ooh, 27 cents, huh? 8 cents. Woo! $0.07 on 64s. $3.13. You think we can get this new low down here first? I think we can hit this. Think we can tag that first and then go up there. Like whipsaw that fucker. It's the daisy cutter. There's your setup. I'm hoping what they do is they give us a fast flush, like whoom, right down there, and bam, then bam, right there. That's what I'm hoping for. I don't know. They might leave me behind. The 8-cent calls are cheap as fuck right here. Yeah, I see it. I know I could get left behind here. I know we can do bam, bam, and just fucking buzz saw it. Panic buying into rate cuts, baby. Panic buying into QE 60, 69. When are the Robin Hooders kicked out? I'm going to start some bull music here. Whoop, hold on a second here. Hold on. That's a little too loud for me. I don't like that. I don't like the loudness of that. That's terrible music, too. Nah.
There's only embers left.
Nah. They have house music? What house? Ooh, deep house, beach house, French house. French house? What's French house music? Hell's this French house music stuff? Oh yeah, French house. Nah. How about a Detroit Tech House? They have Detroit Tech House? Drum and bass for the Bears, maybe? Ooh, that's good. Well, that's good. I'm looking at some 562s, okay? But I'm unwilling to buy them until they get hammered down here. Some of y'all are already long. I want you to know that. Or if you're on stream, free trader. These gangsters are already long. Note that I'm looking for 0 dates, but you might be wanting 1 dates for tomorrow. You might be wanting some call spreads here. Not financial advice. 1 day call spreads are nice. You don't have to deal with any of the overnight stuff. What are 560? Should we look at some call spreads right now? Fucking savage, aren't I? Do not follow, okay? Uh, 18th tomorrow. Credit spreads will crank, won't they? Fuck call spreads. What about credit spreads? 561. What do we got for an upside target up there for tomorrow? $569. Those things will fucking pump, won't they? It's like 560s, 569, 569. Let's just peek. So 569, 560, 560. Yeah, that doesn't pay that good. Short put 569, 373 layout for a payday of 527. It's better than a lot of you are going to do tomorrow. I'll be honest. A lot of you are going to be up and then lose all your money. Let's try a call spread. Where are we at right now? 562. 562, 569. 260 for 440. That's not bad. 564. Ooh, 564 layout, 159 for 341. How about 560 for a bloodbath? So here we go. I got one for you. Ready? Pause this for a minute. Okay. So if we can get a little bit of blood, right, and you're a cash market trader, we should nail like 560 down here. You execute a call spread into the bell. Don't do this. Not financial advice. You tag the 560 for a target of 569 at some point tomorrow. Now, right now, the trade costs $375 to pay $525. But I bet we can get that price down to like $2 to pay $6 or $6.50 or something. Should be a sexy ass trade. So let's pay close attention to this in the bell. The Dirty Mike and the Boys style. Dirty Mike and the Boys. We'll bring it to the fuck shack. Sorry. There are some easier trades you could do. Like you execute like a 462 to 467 for tomorrow. I would not do like a theta base. Like we could easily trade. If you do like 460 or you did like 460, 462, we could easily trade both sides of that into the close tomorrow. There's a lot of danger in that. You need like a directional spread. You need a little bit more vig on it or risk on it to the upside to print. So make sure your shit's in the money whenever you execute it, like 62 to 67. If we're trade 60, trade it to 67 or 69 or something like that. If I take this trade, I'll let you know in the Discord, okay? So far, I have set up for tomorrow. There's a freebie day today for you if you're a free viewer. September 18th. Long a 560C, and you sell a 569C. I'm looking for a new low to execute the trade. Now, what if the trade runs away from me? That's okay. I don't need the trade. If it runs away from me, if it starts squeezing right now, I don't need it. I prefer to be patient in every trade I take. So I will be. I'm going to sit here and do nothing. That's how you trade. That's how you make money. So I'm going to sit here and wait for this trade to come to me. Hopefully they kick out the Robinhood traders. I can jump on that trade and make 100%, 150%, 200% at some point tomorrow. Cool? All right, cool. Also, if we get some blood in the overnight, you know what the best part of that trade is? What's the best part of that trade? What's the best part of that trade? Tell me. If Asia doesn't buy it, if London doesn't buy it, if the U.S. doesn't buy it, if we're bleeding out tomorrow, right? And then all of a sudden we get 50 BPS and the market rips. Guess who's getting paid still? Take a guess. Well, that guy that had the call spread, he's getting paid. What's worst case scenario? It's worst case scenario. The hedge comes off the market. We go into the report. Jerome comes out and doesn't hit your expectation. You exit the 560 long. And you diamond hand that goddamn 569 short call, right? Right into 4 p.m. I bet you break even at minimum. You break even. You got it, Marcos. You got it, brother. Yeah, you got to choose your strike correctly, your timing correctly. If you have margin, you can separate the trade, open. You can actually do both legs at different times. Like you can open. I don't talk about this on stream, but you can take the short side of the trade right now, get the long side of the trade down here, and max gain the whole fucking thing. But I don't talk about that shit on the show because it's a lot of work. But like you plan the trade out, right? You structure it at the best pricing for both legs or 4 legs. Put the whole trade together for 1 to 3 months on it, and then you just like close them and open them as you go along. Roll them out into bigger trades farther out in time. We're not talking about that on stream. We're not complicating our lives here. All eyes are on one thing. Remember this. I've talked about this in the past. I want to be very clear on this. All exogenous news is irrelevant except for 3 things. This includes the rate decision. Unless there's some like fundamental unexpected thing, what means the most is VIX expiration, OPEX, and end of month. And then the start of the month. Flows entering, exiting the market. When we have events and data, they are kind of priced in. They will bring the market back in line along the way for their plan. So if you have some kind of news that maybe makes the market squeeze down or squeeze up for 5 minutes, it doesn't matter. The only time it does matter is if we have a unknown event to the market, something that's like real dangerous. And even then, we would likely go the opposite direction if it was negative. Yeah, I'll tell you something. Like, if a nuclear bomb went off, let me ask you a serious question. If the market is positioned to go higher, let me have a theoretical question right now. If the market was positioned to go higher, right now, our market was positioned to go higher, and a nuclear bomb went off in Ukraine today, what would be the first market move? You might have like a brief downward move, about 30 points. We would likely go all the way up to the monthly target. We would squeeze. Banks would get out, grab liquidity, and fundamentally shift the market to go to the downside. Literally, that was what would happen. Something like that. If the market was already positioned bearishly to go to lows and a nuclear bomb went off, they would be fine and we would go down to the depths of hell. This market is completely planned. Even when we have unknown news, they will still bring it back before they can, or so they can pre-position. I'm telling you, it's true. This whole market is fake as fuck. If they're already positioned for it for some other reason, fine. But if it's not, they'll literally squeeze it until they can position themselves to win. That is a fact. And furthermore, if it really was something worse than that, like something happened in the United States, they have insurance for those kind of events. There's like something out of their control. I'm telling you. Facts. No, I didn't say the U.S. I said Ukraine. Trust me. I've been in those trades. I've been in trades where like I'm long and something huge happens to that symbol. The initial reaction is boom, the wrong way. Like they're bearish on that trade. Initial reaction's like up. I immediately check out, and what do? They slam it down so they can get long on it. This is not just negative news. This is positive news, too. This is not just negative. If the banks are positioned bearishly and a positive event comes in, don't you guys ever see this? You guys are always saying on public, good news came in. Why is that ticker going down right now? It's because they're not positioned for it. Dealers aren't. The banks aren't. They're not just giving you their fucking money. Ever. You're not going to bankrupt them. Ever. Never happening. Not allowing it. You guys, I'm telling you, last time that happened was when? GME. What did they do to you? They literally shut the shit down. They turned it off. They said, fuck you. They didn't care. If they are positioned, you're good to go. But if they're not positioned, they will never, ever blow themselves up for you. Ever. Maybe some hedge funds get blown up, but dealers, big banks, they will never, ever do that for you. They will literally shut it down. It's their market. They own it. It's the mafia. And when you do get one up over and they figure it out, they shut it down. If you do trick them out for a little while, then once they figure it out, they shut it down every time. They don't care. Every time. These are the smartest guys in the room. It's better to go with them. Like you will live better life if you just go with them. You're just like, okay, I get it. I'm with you guys. I'm going to follow what you guys are doing. Yeah, if you see that, like if you see us ever like knife down, 45 just said it. So if you ever see like, let's say the market's right here, right? Market's right here, trading sideways. Bad news. If you see this shit, that means that dealers and large participants were likely already positioned for that move. Oftentimes, though, you'll see stuff like this. Bad news, knife down. We will literally go to where they were targeting for long. Knife down. They'll slam it up here. They'll get their print. They'll position short and then send us down there. Shit you not. It's like every time. Every time. It's like rare that it doesn't happen. Rare. Yeah, Leader for All saying the same thing. Leader for All just said, even in 2008, the government wouldn't allow banks to die. They had some sacrificial people in banks, but they still wouldn't let them fucking die. Like I'm telling you, this is their market. Trust me. Your job as a retail market participant, right? You're a retailer. So your hands are already tied. You're not smart. You'd be working on Wall Street if you were. You didn't go to school for this. Your hands are tied again. You don't work on the inside. Your hands are tied again. You don't have the weight to push like they do. Your hands are tied again. You don't have the inside that they do. Do you own a terminal? And forget the owning the terminal or renting the terminal. Do you have the text or do you have the DMs that they have? Are you friends with the movers in this market? Do you chat with Miguel Agad every Friday and be like, hey, bro, what's going on? You going swimming this weekend with me? No. So what do you do as a retailer? You make your best educated guess, and you always try to follow what? Momentum. Right? Market starts racing up, you're chasing, aren't you? Like, I think those guys are going that way. If they start triggering that and we start moving that way, you jump on board. What do you do when you jump on board? You're on the upside train or the downside train. You slip your hand in their pocket and you go, you're not going to care about this. It's only 30 grand, 100 grand. What are you making right now? Millions? How many fucking millions are you making, bro? Let me get my hand out of your pocket. Put your hand, take the 100 grand, put it in your pocket, and you go, I appreciate the ride, and you jump off. Instead, a lot of you think that you're like, you know, like the train's leaving, and you're like, I'm going to set an explosive over here and knock the train off the tracks. Like, you're not going to do that. Try to jump on the train with the train going by. Yeah, we don't have Aladdin software either. Joe, dude, like, I had a meeting with a BlackRock guy. Shit. Like some of the automated stuff this guy was showing me, I was like, how do we even compete with this? You can see it in the PE ratio, like the HFTs and stuff. Like they're like in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out at this. Like there's gonna be a time when we can't even trade it. I don't think. The speed at which they're in and out and the money that they make is insane. That's right, Condor. $363 for 570 on 560. 562, 250 for 450. That's kind of juicy, isn't it? Oh, they just jumped me to 251. $336. 345 is a nice time for them to squeeze it too. Let's do a little right there. I want to enter this trade right now. Get all the Robin Hooders out finally. Shit. I gotta do at everyone, don't I? I've got a trade set up. You can always do a market fill too. Do a market order. They're gonna tax you like $5 or $10. No fill for me yet. Hey, short seller, what's going on, brother? Short seller, just a heads up. I'm entering, I'm going to say it public then. I'm entering 918, 562, 569 call spreads for tomorrow. Just a heads up. I haven't gotten a fill yet. I'm looking for a little bit cheaper. That's up to you. You guys got to decide what your own entries and exits are. I've got my order in. I'm hoping for a slice down. I'm hoping that I can catch like a slice down and then go higher. I might not even catch the fill. Sometimes, like these situations, I might not get the fill. I might get left behind. They get real douchey down here with fills. How you doing, short seller, man? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, short seller. There's shenanigans tomorrow, bro. We got shenanigans for sure, brother. We got shenanigans. Dude, we got shenanigans like... We got shenanigans going on into like November 15th, bro. Like not only do we have that, dude, we've got like shenanigans after tomorrow for buyers and sellers. We got a lot of that, dude. We're gonna go full like fake out and catch all the FOMOers on both ends. Then likely do the dump. Then the dump, of course, is not going to be as deep as they expect. And then, rising Phoenix in November and bullshit into the end of the year. Yeah, 100% on that too, short seller. Short seller is dropping some gangster knowledge inside of the chat on Twitch right now. You guys know who that is? That's Short Seller ST. Make sure you follow him on FinTwit. Badass trader, badass chartist. Guy's gangster. Find him on FinTwit. I trust him too. Another guy that I trust out there in FinTwit. Yeah, dude, they got a whole this whole setup is crazy, right? It's like they got I did a meme the other day in a brief short seller, and I was like the meme I did was it was like, did you hedge the danger of the rate decision? And I'm like, no, I only hedged Vixpiration and OPEX. because they're still going to tie us in, man. They're gonna tie us up. Like any outsized moves are still going to get reined in. Follow that same bullshit path. VolWiz put out a great one today. Like even on outsized moves on that path is legit. Yeah, I like how he says that too. Shenanigans. They're gonna rope in like the FOMO on both ends, bro. It's gonna be hilarious. You're gonna get people making fools of themselves all over the place on FinTwit too. It's gonna be hilarious. On both tails, bro. It's gonna be comedy, as a lot of you guys say. Fin comedy, finance comedy. The night, like there's gonna be some real craziness going on. All right, 3:45. Here we go. Hey, David AMS pointing out. Take note of the Eurozone CPI at 5 a.m. I'm going to leave you guys with a few things here in the last 15 minutes. I'm going to read some stuff off to you, okay? In advance of tomorrow. Goldman Sachs, we expect volatility to increase over the next few weeks for the global equity markets. An increase in earnings day moves over the past few quarters demonstrates that fundamental uncertainty has been increasing as we approach the October earnings season, which is typically the most volatile of the year. While evidence is weak that the U.S. presidential elections drive an increase in volatility, we do expect continued volatility on FOMC meetings, given an inflection point in policy. Remember earlier today I told you about how we have the election for November 5th, but then on the 15th you get the low, and then you get the November Fed meeting, and they're monitoring data. It's about the halfway point in a 3-month look back on actual trend. Bank of America, last week, during which the S&P 500 was plus 4%, best week since November 2023. B of A securities clients were small net sellers of U.S. equities, minus 0.3 billion. Minus 0.3 billion. Couldn't just put it in millions. Excluding untagged flows, uncategorized sector, client group, size segment. Looks like small penis envy or something, or penis envy, and that's in that minus 0.3 billion. Clients were net buyers of single stocks and equity ETFs. Small and mid cap saw outflows, while large cap saw inflows. Retail led selling, similar to the prior week. Retail and institutional clients were net sellers, largest net sales by retail since November 2023. Hedge fund clients were small net buyers for the second consecutive week. New record for buybacks. Corporate client buybacks accelerated to the highest weekly level since late June. Note that we are in the buyout blackout period right now. Trailing 52-week buybacks as a percentage of the S&P 500 market cap just hit a record high, above 2019 levels. Volumes are muted, and the S&P top of the book tracking significantly lower as most investors wait and see mode. Hedge funds much better for sales, selling macro products. Short ratios elevated to 75%. LOs are much better buys, though activity very light, with buy skew across macros, discretionary, and tech. The key focus for tomorrow, the market is taking a turn lower following a strong oh, that's this morning. I got the wrong one. Hold on here. Oh, here we go. There's another good one for you. Compared to rates, market pricing equities appear complacent. The S&P 500 is anticipating a pie move of just over 1.2% for tomorrow's FOMC decision. Not particularly notable relative to the past 2 years. We talked about that, right? They're going to rein it in on you, right? You'll see that upside move, that downside move tomorrow. They will rein this in for bigger trades. Market moving higher now, trading 562.43. You have my preliminary expectations into tomorrow if you want to see them here. I actually started to give you the expectations into October, believe it or not. You can see it right here into tomorrow. Upside, downside move, right? You can also see farther out in time moves. You've got one more bounce, and then you've got volatility for... You got volatility here for expiration and then OPEX on Friday to the upside. I briefly showed you the buyer or the sell signal for the end of month sell after OPEX, and then the first week of October buyers that come into the market. Showed it to you earlier in the stream today. I shouldn't have shown you that. Now we're way back down here at a 1-minute chart. Shouldn't have showed you guys that stuff. Wait for tomorrow or tonight when CNBC markets brace for rate decision. Led for all, you want to use his at David AMS or at CIA David. Call people out by their names if you want, if you can. I don't know if you can, but I think you can. I know, are we all braced up? Led for all. Led for all. You wanna do an at symbol with David's name. See if you can catch his attention before the close. At CIA_AMS. MONC imbalance. S&P 500 1 plus 1 billion, 1.1 billion. Nasdaq 100 plus 980 million. Dow Jones plus 420 million. Mag 7 plus 300 million. Odds of 50 basis point rate hike tomorrow hit a new high of 53%. Hope you guys are prepared for tomorrow. I hope that I've done my job for you. I wish you well tomorrow. I wish you well. I hope you all the best tomorrow. I hope that the prepped over the past few weeks. We've been trading this whole event, haven't we? I've been trading this shit now for weeks before Labor Day, believe it or not. I'm happy that we've gotten to this point. We've done quite well to get here. I want to say a special thanks to moderators, admins, mentors, inside of the Discord, inside of Twitch and YouTube. We've done very well. Congratulations to you all for all of your hard work and effort to get us here. Love you guys. It's kind of cool around here, right? Doing pretty good around here. Pretty cool community. I'm pretty impressed here. Life-changing shit. I'm kind of shocked at this stuff. I'm not going to lie to you. I actually don't believe it sometimes. Also note that tomorrow we will be on. We will live broadcast Jerome Powell. If this is your first time tuning in, we do a whole special day with J. Powell. We trade the whole entire day. We'll try to get some special guests on tomorrow. I'll ask David if he has any time. Maybe Scott's usually busy. The last time we had a Fed meeting, I asked him, and he was way too busy. I'll see if I can get some people on tomorrow that might want to join us. And we'll see if we can get some special guests in. If we have any time tomorrow to get them on, they might be busy. People are doing their own stuff, or they're watching the show. Yeah, that's our biggest. Our biggest viewership is always on rate decisions. We usually get like 10,000 views, something insane like that. That's big for us. We're an S&P 500 channel. And that's not with rebroadcast. That's just like the two main channels. We rebroadcast and get more views. We rebroadcast in Europe and in blogs and in Discords and stuff. But for the accounted for views, it's a big day for us. We don't mix the bullshit. We don't do the. If you guys are ever looking for let me feed you some Kool-Aid or some other shit, we don't do that with you guys. We're here to make money. We're not space fillers. We're not that guy. SP 500 now trading 563.01, baby. Entries and exits, baby. Harry, I'll take a look at it tonight. In the Discord, if you have some tickers you want me to look at for tomorrow morning while it's boring in the early morning hours, give me some tickers right now in the Discord, and I'll chart them out for you in the morning. I'll take a look at IREN tomorrow. Any other tickers you want me to look at in the morning? I'm writing them down right now, guys. Got a nice little head start into tomorrow right now for you. If you're a bull, good job. Hopefully they don't blast us down. Well, Yeah, 100%, David. They can leave bulls hanging in the overnight. Make them chase. Make Europe chase price. Make Asia chase price. I think we already have ENVX, don't we? Make the euros spend some money in the overnight, baby. Woo! Oh, look at that big old green ball right there. What are they doing? Thanks, Chappie. Good to see you, brother. All right, I'll catch you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. If you're a scared trader, there's traders that'll be awake in the middle of the night. Just pop in and say hello. I'll see all of you tomorrow morning at 9:30, baby. Short Seller ST, have yourself a kick-ass night, my man. Hey, brother, thanks for defending me on FinTwitch.